Hello all, how are you? Greetings from Hack the Boss. I'm Soti, aka Roadrunner. I'm the community manager and very happy and honored to have all of you here. We are very excited. It's a very festive time. These times, it's the end of the year for almost everyone in the world. We are slightly going back to normal and back to reality after COVID and everything. My voice, however, not. But that is another reason. So we want to appreciate, guys. Thank you so much for coming to the biggest hacking party ever created. So give it up for everyone that is joining in today. We have amazing guests that have tuned in. I will present you one by one. And before we start, I would like to say some wishes to everyone. So first of all, I wish everyone is happy, is very healthy, and with the actions that they do, they help in order for the world to get back to normality. Also, I wish everyone enjoyed Cyber Santa CTF. I hope you all played it. Well, most probably yes, because the CTF had more than 8K people joining, almost as huge as the cyber apocalypse that we did. It was the past week and we had massive success. So thank you for joining and tuning in. And it was a success, and we're going to continue creating amazing content. So let me start my own presentation in order to present what happened to the Cyber Santa. Yes, for everyone is asking, we are at the Hack the Box headquarters. Here are actually seeing some festive. This is the Hack the Box tree. We have piled some boxes and the presents on the bottom. Cheers to the team that helped in order to set this up. As I see here, yes, this is the Christmas ugly sweater. So let's start. So this is the Hacking Watch party. We have invited almost everyone to join, and they're going to showcase today, guys, for you some of the challenges that they had in the Cyber Santa CTF. But before we start, let me say a few things about me. Who am I? I am, it disappeared. Let me see what happened. Let me try again. I'm having some issues with my presentation, but before we go to that, so who am I? I'm Roadrunner. I'm the community manager of Hack the Box, and it's a pleasure to be here. I have been a pen tester, and I have been a part of Hack the Box for, I think I closed this April, 5 years. I joined the Hack the Box community and the Hack the Box server since the first day of the first week that it was created. And give me 1 second. You can leave your questions till I try to figure out the presentation thing. Give me 1 second. So are you everyone having a good time? Do you have any plans for your vacations or anything? Schools are closing? Have you planned your vacation if you're at work? I know I'm very excited for my time off. To be honest, I cannot wait. Although I think I will miss Hack the Box. I cannot believe how it will be to be 2 weeks away from here. But it is something that we have to do. HR asks us, so we have to do it. Plus, we need always to have to do proper vacation. So I will try to share my presentations again. No, it's okay. No anxiety. These things happen all the time. Guys, they have done worse things. Sometimes, actually, someone has deleted the presentation, and they didn't have a presentation before the stream, 15 minutes, so I had to wrap it together. I think it was before the first UniCTF that we did. So this is nothing. So let me share my screen. Amazing. So now you can see. So this is a Hacking Watch party. Enough with my rambling. Who I am, I'm Hack the Box. This is a very badass picture. That guy's picture was taken when we did actually the photo shooting of the Hack the Box swag and the video. You can find it. I'm sure someone from the team can put it there for our swagster. So yes, it was my time also to take a picture because I don't take usually. I'm Renanner, I'm the community manager. I joined HTB in 2017 as a user and as an employee since 2019, if I remember correctly. I was a moderator back then. I was always part of the team, and then I joined as community manager, and I couldn't be happier. I think it was one of the most wise decisions ever in my life, and that is also part of the voice. Last week, guys, we did the global Hack the Box meetup. The company gets us all together in one country, and we meet each other, we do workshops, we innovate, we add ideas, but also we party. And this is what happens. So yes, I believe we have many also open positions. We will be very happy to join. And follow me on Twitter for many updates or anything else, or for some witty comments about cybersecurity news, etc. So what's the plan for today? The plan for today is amazing. I cannot believe we actually pulled this off. We have Stonk that is participating, and he will show you how to get introduced to Bounties. Who else? The guy, the most stylish hacker of them all, the one with the sunglasses, the guy with that is all about vibes in his visuals. Stonk so will be here with us today in order to show the intro to Bounties, notorious hacker back in the days, and helps a lot and does a lot of work with the community and a lot of events. Then we have Pink Dragonian. Pink Dragonian actually this year also participated to ACC. We are very proud that we have him on board. He also does the videos. He has done videos for Hack the Box, and now he's Integrity. And we are very happy that he's showing to all how you can join, how you can break into cybersecurity, how you can do pawn and reversing 101. The first things that you need to know, he's very young, but very talented, and we are very happy to have him. Then we have Pawn Function, the cool penguin of YouTube that has so amazing content, so amazing videos with all this art, and it's created by him. So we're very happy in order to have him on board. Also, everyone loves him in our department as well from the web exploitation era, so we couldn't be happier. Then we have Superhero One from Berlin. He is joining. He did everything in order to be able to join. Plus, I forgot to mention that Pawn Function is also creating his own project, and we wish all the best to him. It's amazing to see everyone in the community try to contribute to help in cybersecurity. And yes, Superhero from Berlin joining in here. He does also some amazing streams about pawn and reversing and how they can always be easy to be done, what you need to know, etc. So make sure to tune in if you want to learn 101 for pawn and rev. Then we have the Ed Sheeran of the community, the one that is approximately none of our streams, the one that we owe him, I don't know how much, because he participates to all of our Hacking Battlegrounds events. He did an MEA with us. So thank you so much, Ed Sheeran, John Hammond, for joining in here with us today. Guys, if you want also John Hammond and Ed Sheeran to appear to the stream today live together, go and tag on social Ed Sheeran to join and Hack the Box. Plus also, I don't know, guys, if you want to comment who you're most excited to see today. Because this is the first live hacking stream that we do. We gathered all hacking influencers to speak and live hack. Then we have our training lab architect, the one that is responsible for all machines that come out, the one that is the forensics expert, the one that has an amazing experience in Blue Team, one of the most kind and helpful HTB co-workers, OXDF. David, we are very happy and honored to have you here. I hope you have recovered from past week. And then Whom else? TJNull. TJNull, that is the community manager for OffSec. Thank you so much for joining and agreeing, and thank you very much, OffSec, for doing this event, for being a prize sponsor for this event. So thank you very much also, TJ, for being so helpful and so on point and so on time to ask everything, to be here and make this whole experience so much easier, for creating also the famous and notorious list, how to become a pen tester. So thank you very much, TJNull, for being here with us today. And of course, how could we miss the hacker with the pink hair now? The one that is also all about bug bounties and a hacker one trainer, Nahamsik. It's the first time that we do a stream together. We have discussed also in the past for the bug bounty path that we have done on Academy. If you want, guys, make sure to join it. About it also, we have some amazing news that are coming up for bug bounty. So make sure to join that as well. So yes, these are all the influencers that we have today. Make sure to join, see all the hacking concepts that will be showcased. We will have web, crypto, porn, reversing, everything. So, and at the end of every stream, you will be able also to speak with your hacking idols. You can do any questions you want. You can do, you can address any issues you may have, any questions you want to do about their approach towards the challenges, your feedback about the CTF and what they think, anything. So at the end of their speech, we will have always 5 minutes or more for you to chat with them. Of course, we will have also some breaks in between, so you can rest, you can eat, you can grab your coffee, or your hot chocolate, because in some it might be cold, in some it might be summer, enjoying this amazing party, this hacking party. So if you wanted to see how all these hacking influencers use the tools, what word did they use, what's their approach, what's their hacking mindset, it's your time today to show it in one video. So yes, Hype Overload, guys. We are really excited for this. Hope you loved it. And we're very excited also for the CTF of Cyber Santa is coming to town. Congrats to everyone that joined and make this CTF amazing. We could not be happier. And let's speak about now some stats about the CTF. So there were many players playing, about 8K plus. There were many flags submitted, 14K plus flags. We had 25 challenges from web to pawn to reversing to crypto to forensics. And the top players was TagHound from the community. I don't know if he's here or if he wants to chat and share anything. The next was Will1, and the second one was I Believer. If I pronounced it correctly. I believe also the first 2 days was solving everything, so I was pretty sure he will solve the whole thing. We had every day. We had also, besides the top 3 prizes, we have daily winners as well. So every day of the Cyber Santa CTF that solved all 5 challenges that dropped at 1 p.m. UTC, everyone get a discount of Hack the Box. So you got or a swag discount or a VIP plus discount, an annual subscription, a monthly subscription, ProLab, Academy Cubes, anything. So it was huge. And the prizes for top 3 was £8.26 thousand. And that included what else? PlayStation 5, Hack 5, Baspanis, the OffSec training, the OffSec level 1 training, if I pronounce it correctly, and also the OffSec certificate, the OSP exam. So it was amazing. So we had more than 160 countries also participating. So approximately all over the world we had players. And thanks all of the sponsors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, OffSec. Thank you very much, Hack5. And thanks everyone for joining these efforts. And of course, that is all. That is all from me. We can get started now and answer some of your questions. Yes, of course, I forgot. We had Sneak as well. Sneak also participated and will give their premium subscription to the first player. Sneak that is also with us to the Battlegrounds event that we do on Friday. And that is all from the presentation that we have for you today, some analytics and what you will see. Plus, guys, at the end of the stream, we will do the live draw of the brackets that we will have for the tournament, the Battlegrounds tournament that we will run on Friday. So on Friday, the one and only IPSEC, John Hammond, again, the Ed Sheeran of hackers, the Redeemer of our hearts, like this, Santa Claus, there is no Redeemer, and players from all around the world, from the ICC, organization, which is hackers from 14 to 25 can be the top hackers of its country. There's a central organization that you can approach in order to enter to this program, and then you get to compete with other players from all around the world, and then you can get chosen to actually represent your country and then your continent. So we're very happy. Sorry, you're triggered for the... yes, sometimes I try to forget. I try to see if I reply everything. I will try to chicas videos to make sure I make it more calm. So any other questions, guys, that we have now from anyone? I don't know if you want to ask anything about Log4j or if we will create anything. We will. And we may create also a cool blog post. I cannot promise anything, but it's on discussions. I hope everyone's recovering from that. About what else? Yes, about anyone that is waiting for their awards, I think you will have them already. If not, please make sure to contact community or our customer support team. We have changed how our customer support is done, so make sure to join from there. And I think we have nothing else to say than give it up to the ones that are coming next, Stock and anyone else. So that is all for me. We will go for a sweet and short break. And yes, we have some questions. The CyberGeek AMA when? Why not? We cannot wait. And will there be a Log4j machine in HTB? We will have approximately for our enterprise aspect of HTB, and it is up to discussion why not to have it also to the daily releases, the weekly releases. So if you want to see some content about it, make sure to leave some amazing comments and we will read them. Anyone else? Great. Okay. Yes, the stream will always be available later because always we upload them on our YouTube channel. Where it's the busy giving of surprises. Yes, no, it's not the same comparison actually with Nike and Adidas, what you're trying to say. And why we have that? Because what we believe actually in the Hack the Box community, in the hacking community in general, is that we work together as a team and not to divide. It's better though to have a common vision to actually want to help. Of course, it's everyone is doing their own thing. They have their own approach in training. That's why they're in different companies. However, that does not mean they don't have the same vision to make everyone a better hacker, a better security professional. And there's not a few, there's not anything. Everyone is doing their own content. As there are many different influencers that have agreed to come here today. From Stock, that I see him in the lobby and I'm very excited. From Stock, from John Hammond, and anyone else that's joining, there's no feud between anyone. Because the ultimate goal is for all of you to learn. Anything else? Is it possible to give some beginners in a game a few introduction approaching a box? Of course, there is. First of all, we have the Beginner's Bible. I'm not sure if the team can actually link it in the chat. So make sure to read that through. Then we have the new starting point. And actually, guys, starting point now has all machines for free, although it was divided in free and VIP. Now it's all of them for free. And everyone who completes all starting point during December, on 3rd of January, will receive a 25% discount to the monthly VIP Plus. So if you want to get your hands on the amazing VIP Plus, make sure to solve starting point. For everyone that is an amazing hiker, it will not take much, but you will enjoy those machines a lot. Everyone that is now starting, it will be an amazing experience for you. And you have a whole month. You cannot miss the opportunity. Yes, I'm very hyped always in my streams. I'm very hyped as a person. I'm very happy in general for my work and the contribution we do for the community. We did actually, I will say this and then I will drop in order to leave you all guys. We did a recap last month for the meetup of what we have given to the community the past year of Hack the Box in 2021, and we have given us prizes in giveaways, in seminars, in events, 100,000 UK pounds. When I saw this as a number, as a total, I thought I would be fired. Thank God not. But it's very good that we offer so much and is appreciated and supported by the company, and you guys take so much advantage of this to become better hackers. Because at the end of the day, this is our goal, to make cybersecurity training accessible to everyone. And we have hosted more than 200 meetups the past year, and we have reached out to 30 groups. If you want, yes, James, yes, we gave so much. That was in the presentation that Chap did. Maybe he passed it. Yes. Starting point environment looks great. Kudos to the guys that did that. I'm not sure if they are here. Kudos to GFEC, TRX, and the whole content team, Felamos, and anyone else that is creating. I don't want to say names, so I do not forget everyone. So the whole content team and Manos, Arkanoid. Yes. And what else? What is my opinion about Log4j? About Log4j, I started reading about it also yesterday. I found two interesting articles. First of all, in the CVE and the one from Kaspersky. I will link it later in the channel if you want to read it. It is amazing always somehow how you can find. It was a crazy vulnerability, right? I loved it. What I said yesterday to the team that we had our weekly sync, because guys, you know, we do a recap for 2 weeks in December. We do not release machines. So we were thinking if we can find all boxes with Log4j and look for bypass. So if you have time and you are a VIP user, why don't you go and try to do the Log4j vulnerability to all boxes? I haven't heard about it. Yes, and we have a very interesting meme. Another thing that is sweet, I used TJNull seed, made the machines that set from HTTP, then PWK core, so ICP passed in 11 hours first time. Congratulations, that is amazing. Would you like to see, who would you like to see in the next HTTPM? Stock, maybe, if you want. Actually, everyone from the stream. Someone about cloud hacking, because we released also, mostly for the B2B side, the cloud penetration testing. So anyone that does like things related to that, like TJNull and these kind of hackers. So anything about cloud hacking, because it's a must right now, and I try to get my hands on it. Everyone is in the stream that has not participated, so almost everyone than XDF and John Hammond. IPSEC, but I think we should keep him a mystery a little more. Maybe for the 1 million users that we are about to reach. And yeah, what's the best thing to do after finishing starting point? What I see here, because you have so many questions, starting point, would you like, guys, maybe for me to do a showcase of starting point videos, machines, maybe one-on-one in our Discord, and you hack them and we do an interaction day, a workshop. So that could be cool also. And see me also using Pawnbox and having some very good moments, being like, that you will not like at all. IPSEC Rocks, please subscribe, exactly. IPSEC Rocks is the website. And XDF with amazing blog. I love it. And yeah, what to do after starting point? What to do after starting point? Dive into the easy machines of HTTP. And where else? Easy machines of HTTP plus Academy. Academy.hackthebox.com now. it has amazing content that is for everyone in tier 0, the most easy modules, the ones that are very fundamental and you need to know, you must not miss them. Those are for free. So go on academy.hackthebox.com and make sure to try and solve all tier 0 modules. They're free. You will love them. Plus, you will gain more cubes to purchase with cubes the most upscale, the most advanced courses. So as you hack, you get awarded. And you get awarded also by submitting machines and challenges now. So don't forget also to submit your own vulnerable machines and challenges. We have a whole video about it with OXDF, how to create amazing content. And that is it from me. I have to leave, I think. Yes, I took too much from your time. We're going for 1 minute break, and then we will be back with a stylish hacker with glasses, the one that is all about vibes only. And that he said also something very cool at one point. Content creators gonna create and hackers gonna hack, something like that. Stock can fix that. I love that tweet. So bye from me, guys. It was amazing to see you all. And we will back very, very, very soon. Bye from me. I told you it's going to be a short break. And now we have the coolest hacker of them all. The one that is all about vibes and all about bounties and an idol in general. Let's give it up to the one and only that we have today. I'm so excited. Stock, how are you? How do you feel?
Awesome to be here.
I know, it's amazing.
I'm doing so good. Thank you for the whole opening and talking with the community and getting everyone hyped up for this. It's going to be a sweet event. It's going to be a lot of cool stuff coming.
I know. So how is everything over there? With COVID and everything is life going back to normality?
Kind of, I live in Sweden. So Sweden never really went on a full lockdown, but it definitely, it shows in a certain way that, I mean, everything's uncertain right now, isn't it? Am I going to get my third booster or 4,000? There's a lot of questions going on that no, I don't think anyone of us knows the answer, but yeah, but otherwise, Sweden is awesome. It's getting colder and colder by the minute. That's why I got the fireplace going, of course. So no, it's all good. I'm happy, and I hope everyone around the world is happy too.
Okay, very nice. And what about Log4j? And how was the past weekend for you?
How was the past weekend? It's been terrible in so many ways because I'm both on the offensive and the defensive side. And I started digging into Log4j early Thursday. You know, the first tweet that comes out early on Chinese Research Twitter, I was all over those and just trying to replicate it. We got labs up. We didn't really understand the impact that was going to happen, but and we were quite early to find the environment variables to fetch things, and we reported those really fast to the Node4j guys, so they were aware of it. But yeah, it's been it's everywhere. I mean, seriously, it's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
So, you guys are gonna have a treat. I'm hoping that you're delivering at least swag to people that find it within your applications, because even though they are Dockerized,
Hope not
or
the Hack the Box
containerized,
infrastructure. If that
Say again?
happens, I hope not on the Hack the Box infrastructure. I don't know if James is listening. Help.
Well, it's going to be problematic. It's like, imagine all these. I'm going to sound like network shock now, probably, but imagine all these Cisco routers that are currently out there, switches, whatever, that are enabled. If you haven't upgraded your firmware, you're going to be, pardon my French, you're fucked. That's kind of how it is. That's how it is.
Amazing. Thank you very much for the happy note. Everyone, please make sure to patch or find Log4j and report it responsibly. So that's all from me. I'm going to leave you with the one and amazing stock, and you are going to get an intro about one-to-one web hacking and intro to Bug Bounty. Bye from me.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be. Thank you. All right, awesome. Thank you everyone for joining. I'm just going to do the salutation again. And that's just not for me. It's for this whole event and all these people that's going to join us. And yeah, it's going to be awesome and cool. I got asked if I could do an intro to bug bounties. And bug bounties are a little bit complex, but we got two challenges that were part of this December thing that's touching upon web. And web is primarily something that you're going to be poking at when you're doing bounties. So these are two things that I'm going to show. We're going to showcase these websites. We're going to dig through, and I'm going to share my ideas around how I would approach it, and compare it to a lab environment versus what probably would happen in the real world and the limitations that comes around with that. So without further ado, let's kick it off with this first one. So this first one is a web application, and it's all the happy elves delivering the packages to all the children. So in this app, you can see that you can right-click this elf here, and the manager is busy right now. Please write your message below, and we will deliver it to the manager. Okay, that's cool. Same with this one here. Manager is busy right now. Blah blah blah. You know, things are going on. And just for the sake of it, we're going to enable some burp here. So we can have a little bit of burp proxy running in the background, so you will see what kind of traffic that flows through it. If you don't know what burp is a proxy that lives between your web browser and the server that you're talking to. So it's my primary tool. I use it on everything and almost every day. So it's not going to be a deep dive into burp. Of course, you can use the community edition. I'm on a professional edition for obvious reasons, and I'm going to show you why later on. But let's start with this one here. So if we reload the page, we can see all the traffic that runs through burp. We can see blah, blah, blah. It loads a lot of stuff. But let's click on the elf and see what happens if we write in hello here, for instance, and send that away. Okay, it's getting sent, message sent away, and you can see here in the submit request that what we got here is that in the submit one, we're going to be able to do like so here, and you can see that the query here says hello, and it's being delivered successfully to the server. That means it's being stored at the server. So if we go back here again to our hello, and we check on the other fella here. Okay, we're gonna have login enabled because why not? And we click on this one. You can see it says hello here too. And then it gets a little bit of a get request. So whatever goes through the server, it just picks that up. instantly here, if it wasn't for, this is obviously one of those cases that log4j would be perfect to put in, because if there's something that's going to go through the system, it's probably going to get logged. So, but we're not going to do that. We're going to look for something that's pretty more common. And I will start with some kind of HTML injection or something like that. So normally what I do is that I'll just add this angle brackets here and just hello, because if this get just dashed out in the response, then we know we got a nice HTML injections. But that didn't happen. So that was boring. Otherwise, this would just be lined out. We can try something else, like a H1, and send it back again to see if there's any difference. No, it's the same, it didn't work. So that brings us to the idea. We are delivering messages, right, to the manager. It says, okay, it's going to be stored in the system, which probably would give us the possibilities to, maybe sneak in a cross-site scripting there. Maybe we can get, maybe scripting works and HTML doesn't. Who knows? But we'll try it out. So if we would put in, let's say, an XXS payload in here, like script alert, sup, and just send that in and see what happens. It's posting it, and hopefully now we'll get that nice alert box. Okay, that didn't happen, sadly enough. Oh, ad hoc on those bottoms. That was nice. But we realized that, okay, we can put data in here, but it apparently gets sanitized in some way that it just doesn't pop, which is boring. But since there was a manager involved in this, we have the potential that somebody's just gonna, click on a link and watch the message that we sent them. And that would be in the back end, probably not hearted by the nice WAF that we got in the way here or whatever. So our intention here would be to try and get a little bit of stored XXS in. And for instance, the tool that we're gonna use for this, because we could probably just write the image tag and see if it gets our collaborator or interact.sh or whatever and get a DNS lookup, just like log4j does. But we want to get some more juicier information. And a tool to use for that would be, it would be this one. This is XXS Hunter. So you can just go to xxshunter.com, you can sign up, and you're going to get an account. So what this does is that it's going to serve, I wouldn't say malicious, but kind of malicious JavaScript file. So if you're able to include some kind of script into the web page, it's going to end up here, and you're going to see whatever things that fires. And this is cool because if you and I were able to get this first one to pop here, like if we got this to do an alert, it would be like a self-XSS for us. It's just us that will get it. But we're interested in getting, let's say, the cookies of the manager or getting some juicier information. And that might just not happen today. So if we're able to store our XXS, our blind XXS inside the system, and then eventually the manager is going to log in and, we'll see what happens. So we're going to try that and see if we can get it to work. So let's get back to XXS Hunter here again. And inside XXS Hunter, you have all these, different kind of, let's see here, wrong window. You have all these payloads that are pre-configured for you that you can use. You can just try all these, blah, 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 if you want to paste it in. But I'm definitely interested in this one here, script, basic one. So we just copy that, place it in here so we remember it for the future. And we're going to remove that because we don't want to break out of it. We want to just include it straight in. And we send this in instead. Let's see what happens. So. And what it's going to do is that it's going to include the script that we have here. And hopefully, if we're lucky enough, we'll see that it fires in a certain way. So if we have our XXS Hunter here, and we go back to XXS Fires, and we'll see what happens when we send this one in. Because in theory, what would happen now is that we stored this message within the backend. Manager gets back from his break, refreshes the application, sees the new message that's supposed to say hello, but then our script fires. So let's see what happens when we reload this one and see if we can get something in here. And voila! Could you see that? Apparently, when we launched it, it fired directly in the backend. It says, "Welcome back here, admin." It fired not once, it fired twice. Sweet. And we can see the full report here. And we can see the screenshots of the manager that logged in to the system. And oh, it's a little bit tight. We can see the vulnerable URL that's in, this is definitely an internal URL, right? You can see that it's queries 1337. Very, very nice, very nice. Our user IP, the refer, and then, oh, here's the cookie. This would be the thing that we're after. If we could just take this, log into the system externally or internally and get access to it with the cookies. If the cookies, maybe they're not having a logout session for it. So maybe they're persistent and then we're all shiny happy and we are now the manager. So the quest here was to find the cookies of the backend and we did. So here's the flag. So takeaway with this, okay, story time in its good way. Sam Curry, he put his XXS Hunter link, like this one here. Let's see, it gets back to it. Like he has his own, right? He had that one. He put it inside his Tesla. And then he'd send it to service, and somehow when they downloaded that kind of stuff with the naming of the car, it fired in the backend. Boom. And he has access to all the internal parts of Tesla. Interesting. They have a bounty program, so they paid him a good amount of money for that. I'm hoping, I can't remember the write-up, but just Google Sam Curry, Tesla, XXS, something. And this is something that you probably would end up doing. You will paste this around whatever you can and just see if it fires. Because eventually, if something's going to touch it, in this end is an automated system that fires a Chrome browser for us, then we're able to, you know, we can get stuff. And this is interesting because even though in this case it's pretty plain, right? But if you're into bounties and you realize that maybe there's WAFs and things and you usually don't get this scripting thing to work. So it needs to be included in some kind of other way. It needs to be obfuscated a little bit, maybe double encoded, that kind of stuff. But it's still a good thing. Make sure that you have XXS Hunter, and if you're not using it, like if you're not keen on using the ones that's on the live page, you can always get back to doing it a little bit simpler by hosting it yourself and knowing that, hey, the traffic is yours and such. So that's it for the first one. XSS is everywhere. It's still everywhere. It will probably continue to be everywhere. So yeah, you better look out for those. I'm going to recycle the box here and load up another one. So let's see if we're closing that one off. Takes it offline, and then we're going to get on to the next one. See how that goes. Got a new address here for us. See if we can load this. Usually takes a little while. Oh, yep. Still loading. Still loading. Meow, meow. This is where I'm starting to talk and just think about things and being worried that the demo gods is here and destroying everything. But it didn't, so all good. We're up and running. So imagine for a second that we're now in the back end. So this is where I wouldn't say the manager would end up and just doing their kind of stuff. So this is the area where inside this admin panel, if you're doing bounties and you're, let's say you're looking around the internet and you find this admin panel and you want to log into it, the first thing you probably would try to do would be type in a bit of admin here. Admin would probably work. I realized we need to clear this so you don't get all the spoilers. That's an important thing. So I'm going to move that out of the way. Shame on me, not on you. Let's see. And then we're going to do some privacy. We're going to clear everything. You have to excuse me. I'm not used to doing these kind of things live, but it's fun. It's fun. Okay. Toy management. Perfect. Let's go back here again. Okay. Let's see here. We can clear this so we can have a little bit of log going in. So probably you do admin, right? That would be your go-to thing, and that didn't work. Okay, admin. We do a password. That didn't work. Manager. That didn't work either. So in this case, since we're in a login form, there's some kind of things for us to be able to, bypass thing. And the obvious thing that gets to our head is, of course, to try for SQL injections. These are rare, but if you find them, they pay extremely well. They're everything from 10 to 15K a pop if you find these. So it's always worth looking for them. It seems like these kind of bugs would be not functioning, but they are. So you will find these around. So this is a good one to play around with. So if we add a little bit of SQL information here, we say, so if the user is manager or 1 equals 1, that's true. And we can see what happens. What happens if we add a little bit of SQL in here? Can we get it to do some kind of SQL injection? And it did. So that gave us the bypass to log in straight into the user where it's ignoring the password because we're quoting the rest of it out. So password is true and we're in. And this is kind of great because now we're in as the admin, and this is pretty sweet. What would happen if we tried it with some other user? I don't know. Let's do test. Okay, so we'll be manager again. So there's some kind of thing here. I have no idea why that just allows us to log in. And I realized when I was doing the challenge that there's actually another bug here that's fairly interesting, because if we do like admin here and we do just straight off the bat, we just bypassed the whole thing and we got the flag directly because, hey, but that's not how it's supposed to be, because if you're typing in another user, let's say test, and you do that, you're not logging in because admin is the only user that's working. So let's do manager here again, and now we're back as manager. But we're not going to dig into that. We're going to play around a little bit with SQL map. So if we get a connection to the server and we want to make sure that in Bounties, for instance, that you want to show proof that that you're able to get some information, that would be for you to, let's say, enumerate the databases and then just get out. Because if you're dumping databases of password hashes and stuff using in Bounties, that's like a serious no. You're not allowed to do that. That's stepping over the line. So you're not allowed to exfiltrate or escalate internally. So getting a SQL injection, proving that you're able to do it by, I don't know, sending the string that you're using inside the report is usually enough. So let's do that. Let's go back here again and let's capture this manager password kind of login so we can get that. Let's head over to burp, because burp is my tool of choice. We have this one here, the post, and we're gonna send this to repeater. So we can see that when we send it in, it's getting invalid username and password. So this is not the right one. But we want to take this and we want to put a little bit of a star here, because this is the injection point that we know it's vulnerable for SQL injection. So we want to make sure that we can use this to make sure that we can run a little bit of SQL map on that. So first, what we need to do is to copy the request and just head over a bit to this good old shell that I got running. This is Axiom. Axiom comes with SQL map defaultly installed. So I spun up a fresh node here to see what happens. And no hate now. I'm going to nano this because I can't exit Vim. It's that simple. And you guys don't want to see me kill the stream, right? So let's do here request. And we can see that we got a little bit of request here with the star in there. So the next step for us would be to just run SQL map, right? And let's do that. So we'll do a nice little bit of Python. We'll do SQL map. .py, and then we'll do R for request and load in our file. Did I name it com? Did I? I did. That's funny. I'm an idiot. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's do that again. So Python, here we go. A little bit of SQL map. .py, Nice, like R for request.com apparently. Batch because we don't want it to ask us any questions. We want it to straightly but accept what's going on, and then look for DBs and see if we can get a little bit of injection going on here. And as you can see here, it starts off directly and just starts to do all these kind of tests against the server that we sent in the request to. And what we saw here is that it tried to get access to it. And it says, checking if the injection point in the post parameter is false positive because it find one. And this is normally, it could take a little bit while for us to see if it's up and running. And yeah, eventually you can see what happened here. And you can see that, okay, we got a nice access here, and it's time-based. So you can see payload manager, select star for something, sleep, 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 and then something. So if we take this one here, oh, I'm not supposed to be there. I'm supposed to be here. And we can try that inside burp. Because this is going to take a while. What it's doing right now is brute forcing the name of the databases, so we're able to see what goes on. But in the meantime, when that's doing that, we're not going to get bored with that, but we'll see what happens inside burp when we add that part here. So let's see here. Manager, that was the name. Let's just drag this out here. Too many of those. Perfect. Manager. And select sleep for 5. Let's see what happens when we send that one in. Okay. Apparently, I moved the screens around so you can't see stuff anymore. That was idiotic. Noob mistake. Noob live streamer. It probably shows up better when we do like this. And I take this here. See if this works. It's me is thinking. If we do the manager, and we'll add this one here, and we can see if we can get it to sleep for us. We need to add this, poink. And exactly. We send this request in. It's a SQL injection, so it sleeps for 5 seconds. If we change that to something else, let's say we sleep for 10, it's going to hang for 10 seconds as well. This is a good indicator if you're looking for a request where you can't get the answers back or you can access to it. Getting a little bit of nice sleep in and getting those time-based accesses, that's a good hint that something's going on. Now, our nice run here is run, and we're happy shiny. And you can see that the information schema and the TOIDB are the ones that were found on that server. So let's dig in a little bit deeper. This is where you're kind of like passing over the edge where it comes to accessing stuff when it comes to bounties. This is good enough. Like finding what kind of version that's running and just getting out, that's more than enough for you to get out of it. So we'll do the last one here. We'll do batch, and then we're going to we select the database. That's going to be the TOIDB, and then tables. And it's going to look for all the tables inside the database, and then it's going to find one called users, and then we're going to brute force that one and eventually end up getting the MD5 hashes from the database of the admin user. That would allow us to log in as the admin user into the system. But my time is now up. So I want to get back again to Roadrunner and see where we're at. And hopefully, hopefully you learned something and you were interested in trying this kind of stuff out in the wild. So Roadrunner, I guess we're heading it back to you now.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Stoke, for your amazing contribution today. Oh my God, how I can enter the stream like that. I'm so very sorry. So thank you so much for your contribution today, of course. Well, actually, I also wear sunglasses sometimes at work as well, but that's another
You should.
Hey, you should. I know, because we have so much lighting. So thank you very much for joining the stream today. I think everyone loved it. We had the question if that cool guy creates more videos like that in his channel. Of course, he creates amazing videos. But do you want to speak about your own videos on your YouTube channel and what the people will find there?
I could. Absolutely. I mean, I am. It might be easy to say that, okay, this guy seems like some kind of content creator that tries to hack and stuff. It's actually the opposite way around. I've been in this industry for 25 years. I just realized that one of the ways for me, instead of speaking before 10 or 15 people and training them, or maybe even 100 or 400 at conference, I realized that a YouTube channel gets a bigger audience. In that case, that I can help more people getting into cybersecurity. If you are curious about cybersecurity, that's what I'm all in for, because as you realize with Log4j, as you realize with everything and all these kernel exploits that are going on currently, we need more people to work in this industry, not less. So the easier we can onboard more people to get in, the better it is for everyone. So I create some bug bounty related content over at my platform. I'm currently merging a little bit more into the defensive side, because that's my background. And who knows, maybe I'm going to do some hack the box kind of stuff. It's not really my thing, especially this is my first ever live stream doing something like that. So thanks everyone for just watching me being super nervous about everything's just gonna die. I'm very used to be able to do things in post and figure things out and have a little bit more time. But yeah, no, check out my channel. It's youtube.com/StokeFrederick. I just reached 100,000 subscribers, which is totally amazing for me. And in such a small niche, I'm not even remotely close to IPsec, Hammond, Live Overflow, and all these or porn functions. Porn functions is also 100K now. But we're a little bit of people that tries to contribute and help level up the game for more people. So please do check out my channel.
Of course, if someone listens from the community team, if they can post your channel now, we will have it in the description, of course, but if they can post your channel now so everyone can see, like, subscribe, set reminder and everything, as well as our own channel, but also to the amazing stock. And yes, you are sending the link to YouTube now. And we have that they love your background, of course, it's amazing. What is your opinion about Log4j? We had many times this question.
My opinion is that it's everywhere, and we are just in the early stages where this is going to evolve immensely into something more. We're just touching the surface of the attack surface here. Within a few days, this is going to be very strongly weaponized with ransomware groups and advanced APTs. And we already see that this one has turned into what is called like application-aimed solutions, where maybe the first step is just getting in using Log4j, and then just escalating further down the line using other techniques. This is scary. This is seriously scary. And if you're in the bounty space, and you feel like, okay, this is an easy way for me to just make a quick buck. Yes, that's doable. That's definitely doable right now. But also know that a lot of these organizations are getting flooded by reports coming in. And if you just copy paste and you send and get a DNS record out, that's not enough. You need to have something that has a substantial impact, like showing AWS keys or environments or something, or pivoting internally using like blind SSRs attacks or attack chains. Preferably, you will get an RC. If you get that, that's the big win. That's where the big money is if you're just out hunting for the bugs. But otherwise, it's just make sure that you're safe on your home network. Update your Ubiquity devices. Update your networks and firmware. Take care of your family. Make sure they understand the impact of this. And then, of course, get your own little nice DNS server and put that link everywhere, and just make sure that you notice what's vulnerable and not, because you want to stay ahead of the curve on this. We're in early days, but it's devastating and it's fire.
Nice. And I know we are very
positive. That wasn't too positive.
I know it's not positive, but it's good feedback, because at the end of the day, I'm not a very big fan of tough love, I would say. My best friends can clarify, but for security, that's true. You need to be tough and very what I like to say and consider hack the box, and everyone that gets trained in hack the box, hardcore hackers that really know what they do and really understand. And it's very strict, because security is not something loose. You have to be very specific to what you do. So it's very crucial, everything you said right now. So yes, it's nice that you So you said the stove. And I know that we have passed our time, but I would like, even if you can reply with one question,
One.
because it was very interesting. One question. Do you believe there is a reason to do back bounties still at 2022?
Wow, absolutely. I'm like, if you're not doing it, it's like, why aren't you doing it? It kind of depends on what you're interested in doing. And I would say the counter reason would be, why wouldn't you do it? More and more organizations are getting mature enough to finally paying the money that's happening. If you're interested in, okay, I'm going to throw a couple of buzzwords around here, but it's worth it. If you're interested in smart contracts, Web3, and this whole NFT Bitcoin kind of blockchain thing, it's scary, because if you publish code, then you can change it. So it needs to be audited in a very, very secure way. And we need more people to be good at auditing. If you're interested in that and you understand that kind of thing, do check out that part, because there's a lot of money to be made, and we need people to look at it, especially also like Web 2, like all the things that we have right now. We can see that people are always managing all these huge amount of funds, but it's being handled by some simple web server that's broken or whatever. Because more and more developers, people are getting into development every day. People are writing more codes and pushing faster. Money drives this industry. All the world says, like, can you get a unicorn app out as fast as possible? Of course. But you're not doing the checks. Like, if we go back to the time when NASA put the spaceship on the moon, if that happened, whoa, scary. Then the level of auditing when it comes to bugs there in a very small system, like 9 kilobytes or something, that's extreme control. Now people are just pushing shit, copy pasting things over Stack Overflow or whatever, and it's everywhere. We need to secure our future. We need to secure our friends and family, and
Nice.
and why not do that and make a buck at the same time? I mean, I do it as a hobby. I do it, and it's the only hobby that I've got so far that actually paid for itself. Snowboarding costs a lot of money. Skateboarding too. Drumming, music, whatever. Gaming, it costs money. Bounties, I earn money. Sweet.
I love your approach. Yeah, so you can actually, and you can protect your family, your friends, plus make money out of it and become not only better, but more while getting more income.
You will definitely be a better pen tester as well if you're interested in doing web pen testing. And I see bounties as running with weights. Let's say that you're training for a marathon. You want to get really, really good at it. You're either running with weights or you're running at really high altitude. So you're training yourself to be at that better place. I mean, I do pen testing as recreational.
As a marathon runner.
Yes. But you're adding a lot of weight to it, because then you remove them, everything gets lighter. That's why I do pen testing as recreational, because I think it's fun, because it's easier. It's like no obfuscation. There's like full replies coming back from the web servers. There's nothing is like seriously blind, and most of it is actually quite broken. So it's fun.
Nice. Thank you very much. And sorry, Stock, for keep you waiting. Thank you for your witty thoughts. Thank you for your amazing sound effects, amazing anything, amazing content. And you are very good. And you're very good at live hacking. So you should investigate and doing more, or maybe do more with us. Who knows?
Oh, maybe more with you. But I'm going to wait for that 1 million getting to see IPSEC though. I'm dying to see IPSEC doing that live on a stage. If you can get me on IPSEC on a stage, I mean, I wouldn't have a chance to compete against him. He's too good. But if I could just sit next to him and say, whoa, dude, that's IPSEC.
I have a story. The first time that we were in a call together, I couldn't stop like fangirling over, but it's okay. We have the same. So thank you very much, Stock. Have an amazing day. Stay safe, stay happy, and happy holidays. Thank you so much for your time.
Have a good one. Take care. Bye.
Bye. So that was Stock. And now we are running a little late, but we are going to the one and only Pink Dragonian, the player of ECC this year, We are very happy to see him there. He's creating also amazing content to his own channel for Integrity and Hack the Box and a lot of other stuff. He's very young, he's very talented. Make sure to see, because I don't know how many of you are students, university students, high school students, or now start your professional life. Prince Argonian, I'm sure, will inspire you a lot. So we are going for a very small break because we are late, about 30 seconds, 1 minute, and we'll be right back with Pink Dragonian. Cheers, guys, and take care. Hello all, how are you? We are back again. I told you it's going to be a very small break. We had an amazing talk from Stock, and now we have the one and only Pink Dragonian, who is going to show us the one about Rev and Pawn, how to get started from a very young but very inspiring perspective. So, hello Pink Dragonian, how are you?
Hello everybody, how are you all doing today?
We are very happy and very excited that we have today also nice sweater, dude.
This swag is just like, and the mug as well, it's perfect, amazing. Yeah, you should all get yours because, get it.
Thank you for the promo. How are you feeling over there? How is everything? It's Belgium, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I'm here in my basement in Belgium. I'm secluded from the whole world to keep hyper-focused. No, I mean, I'm just in my basement enjoying my life here. Things outside might be rumbling, but yeah, keeping my head tidy and working on things that is very exciting.
Amazing. And what are you working on right now?
So currently I work at Integrity, and we are also working on crazy events, but I cannot disclose anything on that. But yeah, really cool stuff on the horizon, and also on my personal YouTube channel, trying to make more videos than ever to get everybody educated on information security, because we have way too little people in this field. Of course, everything is growing. I mean, Hack the Box going towards 1 million users, but still, we need 10 million. When do we see 10 million users on Hack the Box? Because that is the amount of people that would actually be needed in this world. I don't know if you agree with me, but yeah, I believe that.
No, of course, I agree 100%, and we cannot wait to see more cool content from you. So whenever you're ready, you can start presenting.
Perfect.
Yes. Are you excited for your theme today, Rev and Pawn 101?
Very, very much. This is really, really cool. So you should all be able to see, or my screen should be shared now, so we can get into these challenges, because today we are going to be looking at reversing and pawn or binary exploitation, whatever you would like to call it. And when I talk about these topics, there's always a lot of interest, but there's also a lot of questions about why should I learn about reversing or binary exploitation? Who is writing code in C anymore? What is this language? I don't want to learn how to write this language. And to answer all of those questions, first of all, I do not know how to write C code either. I just know a lot of high-level languages, and that knowledge allows me to kind of read C code and pseudo-write it. And secondly, these things, the whole world is still built upon these things. This assembly code, these bytes that we're going to be looking at, the C code, everything still runs on top of that. And so it's just, it gives you a lot of more knowledge if you can know the lower level of all of this, which will help you when trying to understand the higher level exploit and stuff. We need to go back to the basics and cover that.
Nice. Okay, so I'm going to leave you to kick started.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much.
Bye.
All right, thank you. And so the first challenge that we are going to get into is gift wrapping here, which is a reversing challenge. So the challenge gives us a zip, which I've unzipped, and now we can go into this directory where we will find this gift wrap binary or file. What exactly is this? Well, first of all, I always want to find out what I am working with. And for that, I'm going to use the file command. And this will pretty much just give us what kind of file this is based upon the magic bytes, the first or the signature of this file. And here we see it's an ELF 64-bit least significant bit executable, which obviously runs on a Linux system. So we should be able to run this binary. And I do not recommend running rogue binaries outside of a CTF context or even in a CTF context on your machine. So in real world applications, obviously, if you find a file that you want to reverse, you would create a virtual machine or a sandboxed system. But in this case, we can just run it here. And if we run it, we see that it asks us for a magic word. What if I type hack the box as the magic word? Then it says wrong password, who are you? All right, so it seems like the goal of the challenge here is to find out what the magic word is, and through finding the magic word, we will get the flag, most likely. However, how are we going to do that? This is a black box. We could brute force this, try random things, but that is just not a great solution. We want to look deeper into this binary, into what is happening. And one of the first ways that I always try to enumerate some information on a binary is by running strings. Now, strings is a command that is going to convert the bytes of this binary into characters, and it's going to look for pieces of bytes that converted into characters make sense. So letters following each other, symbols, all of that kind of stuff. But if we run that here, we see that, well, yes, these are all valid characters, but I mean, I can't make sense of this. What is going on here? And that's kind of strange because usually we wouldn't really expect this. However, all the way at the bottom of this file, we see this UPX string appearing twice. And now, if you've been in the reversing world for a little longer, you might have heard of UPX as the ultimate packer for executables. So it seems like this binary was packed with UPX. Now, what is the packing of a binary? What does that mean? Well, just like normal files on a machine, they can be zipped into a zip file. Binaries can be packed into another binary. And what we do here is we compress the binary, we make it smaller in file size. So that is what has happened here. Seemingly, it was packed. It was compressed into a smaller file size. However, with zip files, we can unzip them. Can we do the same for packed binaries? Yes, we can. And we can use the UPX command here with a -D to decompress it. So I'm going to decompress this file, and we see it unpacked this one file. And now we have a new gift wrap binary. And now if I run strings on this, we should see something different. And look at that. This looks way better than before. Already we see a lot of interesting stuff here. But this is a lot of interesting stuff, like a lot of it. Let's look at the file size of this binary. We see that it's a pretty big binary for what it does. All it does is really print out a couple of things. Well, that is because this binary was statically compiled. And statically compiled means that the binary is self-contained. It is portable. All of the kind of libraries that it needs are self-contained within it, and it has that available, whereas dynamically compiled binaries, they don't have that, and they require things on the system to run, libraries on the system to run. So that's why this file is pretty big, and why when we are going to look into it, it looks very convoluted, and we see a lot of weird things there. Talking about looking into this binary, why don't we go ahead and just do that? And for that, I'm going to use my friend Ghidra here. This is an amazing tool. It's the tool to use because not only can it deassemble this binary, so make assembly out of the bytes, but it can also try to decompile it. So from the assembly, try to generate C code for what the source code of this binary could have looked like. So I opened gift wrap up here in Ghidra, and now we see this screen, and there's a lot going on here. However, the first thing I want to do is look at this symbol tree. And this is where you see what I talked about, where it's very convoluted. There are so many functions here. So I'm just going to start off by looking at the main function. And the main function contains all of this here. And then we see our printf, what's the magic word? Okay, we recall that from earlier, that's what it printed out. What happens then? It performs this scanf. And the scanf is going to allow the user to enter some inputs. And here we see it's going to at max get 256 characters of input and store that into the place that this pointer is pointing towards. So into here. It's going to store our inputs. That's definitely going to be on the stack. All right, I'm going to actually rename this because I always like to do this. Rename this variable, and this is very small to see, but I couldn't find how to make it bigger. But I'm going to rename this to user inputs, just so it makes more sense in the code here. All right, so we have our user input. What happens to it then? Then we see this local _11c, which is a variable that holds 0, and a while loop, which has in the condition, it has this variable that should be smaller than 256. This is hex, this is 256. In this while loop, we also see that this variable is being incremented by 1, so this is just a counter. So I'm again going to rename this variable to counter. All right, now this code starts to make a lot more sense. However, this one line here is kind of strange. What does it do here? Well, first of all, it takes our user input and it adds the counter to this. Well, you have to imagine user input points towards somewhere on the stack, a value, and then we add something to it. At first, our counter is going to be 0. So we add 0 to this, and at that place in memory, we have our first character of our user input. Then through the next iteration, we're adding the counter is 1, so we're adding 1 to this, so then we have the second character. When the counter is 2, the third character, and so on. So we loop over our input. And when we loop over our inputs, we're doing something. We're assigning it. So we're changing it into something else. What are we changing it into? Well, we're changing it into itself, but something is changing there. We're changing it into itself XORed, that's what this is, XORed with OXF3. So okay, we know that every character of our input is changed, it's XORed with OXF3. However, that doesn't really tell us anything about what we want our input to be. We just know how our input is being changed. And now we're going to go into what we want our input to be. Because here we see an if. We see if this is 0, then we have a welcome inside. However, if that's not the case, we have a wrong password, who are you? Now we obviously want to enter this, so we want this if to be true, and for that our ivar1 needs to be 0. Now, we see that our ivar1 is created by running this function with a check, and check contains this data on the stack, which are bytes. We see that it also takes in our user input and then OX17, and if you look closely, our check here is 17 bytes long. However, if we click on this function, it doesn't really show us what it is, so it's kind of a secret, and you can find out which function it is. However, we don't have enough time here to go into that deeply. But from just looking at the context, you should be able to figure out what this is going to do. This is most likely going to do a string compare. We're comparing our check against our modified user input. Okay, with all that in place, we can try to generate a user input that would pass this check. How are we going to do that? We're going to take our check and we're going to XOR that with F3 itself. Why? Well, XOR is a reversible function. So if I go into Python here and I do, for example, 2 XOR 5, that's 7, but 7 XORed with 5 is also 2. So if we want to reverse check, then we just have to XOR every character of check with F3. Okay, let's go ahead and just do that. So I'm going to copy check here. So this is the wrong one here. I'm going to go into check. I'm going to select all of this here. And I'm going to say, well, copy special, copy that as a byte string. And now we have our string here, check. All right, now I want to convert this into actual bytes. So I'm going to do byte string equals byte array dot from hex and then our check. Now, if you take a look at our byte string here, we see that that's a byte array containing all of these bytes. So it prepended this \x here, and this is now a byte string. Okay, cool stuff. Now we can loop over this, and for every byte here, XOR it. And for that, I'm going to use this kind of loop. So I'm going to do an I for I in byte string. And if we run that, we see that that puts out these characters or these bytes as integers. And now we can work with that. So we can change this around, and we can XOR this with OXF3. And if we do that, we get some more numbers. So now the last step should be that we convert all of these numbers back into an actual string. And we can do that with the CHR function. And if we run that on it, we see that we start to see a flag here. It starts with hack the box, which is always a good sign in ACTF. And now all that's left to do is to join these together. And that will give us the flag, hack the box, UPX ain't so hard. And that is how we solved this first challenge, a really cool reversing challenge. And I definitely suggest you look into it, and as a little extra challenge for yourself, find out how you can actually find the right function here that is being used, which would be right here in the main. If I can find it here. I seem to have kind of lost my way, which will happen in Ghidra very often. But anyways, that's how we solve this challenge. So now we can move on to our next one. I'm going to exit out of Python here, and we're going to go back down my files into the Mr. Snowy file. And Mr. Snowy was a PWN or a binary exploitation challenge. And the challenge gives us a binary Mr. Snowy. Now, if I run file on that, we see that this is an ELF64-bit LSB executable, as we saw earlier. So in this case, let's just jump straight into Ghidra with this file. And we can go into our Ghidra here. And now we can start to look at all of the functions that we can find in this one. With binary exploitation, the goal is to get either remote code execution, find some file on the server, because in this case, we actually have a server. And I can actually connect to that. The server is here on port lead. And if I connect to that, we see that it says location, Santa's garden, this snowman looks sus. We can investigate, or we can let it be. I want to investigate. We're not going to let it be. And after some investigation, we found a secret camera inside the snowman, and I want to deactivate that. However, we do not know the password. So that's what's running there, and the binary that we have here is the exact binary that the server is also running. So can we find an exploit or create an exploit that would cause an RCE, that would cause us to get the flag, that would do anything malicious on the server? That is our goal here. And with these kinds of exploits, what we're mainly looking for is a buffer overflow. So the main thing we're going to be looking for here is places where the user info is requested, so user input is used and is stored in a buffer that is too small, so we overflow it. And once we overflow it, we can overflow the instruction pointer, and the instruction pointer is basically going to say where you're going to go to next in the program, and we can point it to somewhere malicious and run whatever we want, which is obviously our end goal. But let's hop back into it here. All right. So I'll make this a bit smaller, and let's look at all of these functions which are interesting. First of all, we have a banner function that seems to just print out this cool banner. That's okay. We have this deactivate camera function, and this one is interesting because it opens flag.txt, and then it prints it out. That's really cool. We would want to do that. So, okay, this is going to be our end goal, running this deactivate camera function. Moving down here, we can find the main function here, perhaps. Here we go, the main function. So it's going to first do a setup, then print our banner, then go into the snowman and follow this flow. So in the snowman, we have our first read. And this read is going to be the first time it asks information. So here, this would be our investigate or let it be. it's going to read 2 bytes here. That's what this 2 means. And 2 bytes are going to get stored in local 48, which is a buffer of size 64. So we cannot overwrite this because we can only write to 2 bytes of that. If this 2 was a 100, then we had a buffer overflow, for example. So, okay, nothing there, no user input anywhere here. In the investigate function, we also have a read right here. And this one reads 108 in hex, which is 264, if my quick maths is correct. I doubt it, but well, whatever. So it's going to read a lot here, and it's going to store that in local 48, which again is a buffer of only 64 bytes. Now, okay, we can read a lot. We can read a lot of information into a small buffer, which means that we might get a buffer overflow. Okay, that's cool, but how are we going to use this? How can we test this out? How can we play around with this? Well, first of all, let's see what happens if we give it a lot of information. Do we get a segmentation fault? So I'm going to do that whilst that is running. Okay, we want to investigate. Whilst that is running, I'm going to open up Python 3 here, and I'm going to type in an A times, and let's do 200 A's. And let's just paste these 200 A's in here. And we see mission failed, but not the text, the password didn't work. Let's try that out on our local binary here to see if that causes anything different to occur. And this text is slowly appearing here, so 1. And then we want to paste in all of our A's, and here we get a segmentation fault. Now, what does that mean? That means that we overwrote the value where the program is going to go to next. So the instruction pointer, the IP. We overwrote it, and the program tried to go to a place, but that place was just 4 A's. The program has no idea what the location of 4 A's is, or it tries to go there, but it sees, so there's no code that I can execute here, so it creates a segmentation fault. Okay, that's all really, really cool. Can we write an exploit for this? And we're going to do just that. I have this file here, the solve.py file, where we are going to attempt that. So the first thing that I like to do here is I like to import Pawn. Now, Pawn is a part of Pawn Tools, which is a really, really great Python library that I suggest all of you look into if you're interested in binary exploitation. Because Pawn allows us to create, for example, a process. And this process here is going to be Mr. Snowy. So it's going to open the binary, run the binary Mr. Snowy. And now we can do things with it. We can interact with it. For example, we can say, well, our program that's going to exploit this, we want to post our payload here, right? So first of all, we need to enter this 1. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to wait until I see the text, let it be, and then send 1 to this process. In order to do that, I can do p.sendLine after. And now I can say, well, after you get the let it be string, you are going to send 1. Okay, that brings us into this flow here. Where we can enter our payload after we get the text, break it. So I'm going to do another p.sendLine after, and then we'll do break it. And then we'll send our payload. Now, obviously, we haven't created our payload yet. We'll have to create that in a bit. But now let's try, after we send our payload, we want to go into interactive mode. And that means kind of detach from the process or just show the process to us and don't have Python or Pawn tools interfering with it anymore. So that is all cool. Now, in order to generate our payload, let's see what happens if we create a payload. So first of all, our payload is going to contain some padding because we need to override the buffer, of course. So the buffer is going to have some padding, and then we're going to have our RIP or instruction pointer where we want to jump to. First of all, let's try to go with a padding of 64 because our buffer is 64. And I'm going to do 64 times the letter A as padding. That's very popular. It doesn't matter what letter you use. That's all fine. Then I'm going to set my RIP, and for now, I'm just going to set it to 4 Bs. I don't really care at this point. We're just going to see if this gives us a segmentation fault, if our padding is right, or if it doesn't give us a segmentation fault. So, okay, let's go and run this. So Python 3 solve.py. Okay, that all looks fine. Right now it's running because it's doing all of this interesting stuff or waiting for the text to appear. So hopefully we should see something happen in a second now. And here we saw something happen. We saw this mission failed. However, we didn't get our segmentation fault. So that means we didn't actually segmentation fault. So we didn't overwrite the instruction pointer. So there is many other ways to find out how much padding you need to use. In this case, I'm just going to add 8 to the padding, 8 bytes to the padding. This actually needs to be 8 in length. My bad. One more. And then I'm going to run this again. And then we're going to hopefully see that we segmentation fault. And then we can try to go into our exploitation where we're going to find some place to jump to. Okay, in this case, we also didn't get it. That is fine. Or here we saw that we got it, whereas, here we also got it. Okay, doesn't matter. We get our segmentation fault. Let's see if everything is right now. Because now we can jump to a specific place. Where do we want to jump to? Well, earlier I noticed this function, deactivate camera. It exists in the binary and it opens flag.txt. Isn't that exactly what we want to do? Yes, that is exactly what we want to do. So I'm going to go to this function here, and I'm going to copy the address of the first assembly statement in it. Because this is the address that we want to jump to. Because if the instruction pointer jumps to there, then it's going to start executing this function instead of something different. So yeah, we can go into that. All right, so if I try to post this here, then we see that we just have this number as a string, and that's obviously not going to work. So we need something different. And for that, we can use P64 and then our number, which should be hex, of course. Now, P64 is just going to pack our number into bytes. And to show what that does, I will print this out here so we can actually assess the payload whilst this runs. Okay. So now I'm going to run this, and we'll see here that our payload got printed out, and we see our ace. And then we have our 8 bytes here, which is the address that we're going to be jumping to. And that should hopefully work. And that it worked. It says, hey, here is the secret password to deactivate the camera, hack the box, fake flag for testing. That's really cool. We're almost done with this challenge. This is obviously a fake flag. We need the real flag, which is running on the service. So instead of opening the process locally here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say p equals and then remote, so we can make a connection to the process on my local host here to the lead port. And now we should be able to run this again. And hopefully everything in these two environments is the same. And hopefully that will print out the flag for us. So it's just fingers crossed, hoping that it all works. And there we go. The secret password to deactivate the camera is hack the box. Nice try, elves, but not good enough. And that is how we solved this binary exploitation challenge. Now, on my YouTube channel, I have a series of videos where I go through the hack the box track of binary exploitation, and I obviously explain this with a lot more time and a lot more due diligence. So be sure to go over there if you want to learn more. But yeah, that's it for my 2 challenges. Thank you.
That was amazing and very educational. I was actually taking down notes. It was really, really, really cool. So how do you feel? Did you like the challenges? Did you enjoy?
These challenges, like with all of Hack the Box's challenges, they are always very, very well built. And I think that Hack the Box creates really good challenges to learn. They always kind of have this goal of teaching you something, so you're doing something new. For example, with the reversing one, if you had never seen UPX before or the packing of binaries, that must have been a giant headache, but afterwards, you're not going to forget about that anymore. Once you see that string, you're going to know, oh, I remember that one Hack the Box challenge where I was stuck for 5 hours because of this stupid thing, but now I know exactly what I need to do. And that's exactly how I learned everything that I know, so yeah.
That's really, really, really true. When you actually struggle for something, this is when you actually learn the most. That's why I also promote the more competitive learning in our main platform, hackthebox.com, in order to make you grow. You can always read the write-ups and take you by the hand and learn more. But when you try by yourself, that's the best. And also, what I suggest is that instead of going and do all challenges when you're VIP or something with the write-ups and boxes, Instead, just solve them by yourself and look at the write-up when you're not comfortable.
Yeah.
But also thank you for this this quick deep dive on those two concepts. It was actually very useful. So what are your next plans? What are you going to do?
So yeah, right now, a lot of it is quite secretive, so I cannot explain a lot of this, but I plan to keep on making a ton of videos. My goal is to educate as many people as possible because, like I said, this field needs more professionals. And I started as a student without knowing anything, and I went into programming and I wanted to become a developer. And then I saw security and I was like, no, developer, nothing for me. I want to break stuff. And that's how I started. And I had these great YouTubers such as Ipsec, such as John Hammond, all of these really cool guys that I followed. And I thought, hey, I want to do that as well. I want to teach people how to do this. So yeah, if you want to learn more on that, my YouTube channel is there. It's not always the best content, but it will get you somewhere, hopefully. So
don't say that. It's always an amazing content. You try and you create amazing stuff, and that is what matters.
But I guess it's like the self-criticism is very important to know that you can still improve.
I know. So what we have next? Up next, we have Point Function, and we cannot wait actually to see that. It will be, I think, very, very interesting. Will you hang around in order to watch Point Function?
Oh, definitely. I mean, all of these guys are just...
Yep.
Definitely, everybody should be followed here because these guys, they have been doing it for a long time. They're great people to follow in the community and to network with, yeah.
Amazing. And yes, for everyone asking, yes, we will save the record to YouTube. And goodbye, Pink Dragonian. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. See you guys later. Bye.
And now we are going on a very small break, and we will be very soon up next with the one, the only, the one that mentioned graphics, the most badass penguin of them all, Point Function. So get some water, rest a little, stretch, and we will be right back with Point Function. Goodbye all. Sorry for interrupting the song. It's time because we are a little bit behind the schedule in order to welcome, to actually say thank you for joining and have here the one, the only, the pawn function of our hearts. Let's give it up to him. I wish I had the sound effects from stock. How are you, pawn function? How are you doing?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly loud and clear. So how do you feel?
Awesome. Nervous, yeah. But yeah, I'm
Okay,
doing fine, I guess.
it is your first live stream.
No, I've done it once before. It
Mhm.
was nerve-wracking, but yeah, I'm trying to get better, face my
Okay.
fears, I guess.
Well, we are looking forward to it. No pressure, and we actually anticipate to see your approach to things. So it doesn't matter if you have all tools set up or everything works 100% correctly, but see how you to see your thought process. So don't feel any anxiety or something. We're just here to enjoy your hacking mindset because you're very talented. You should know.
Thanks.
Um, Yes, so I can see also your stream. For anyone that doesn't know, Open Function creates amazing videos. If please the team to post his channel on our chat. He creates amazing content with one of the most graphics. Are you creating them by yourself?
Yes,
You're very talented.
I
They're
try.
amazing. Yes, and they show you because they're like how to explain this? They're graphs. That show you how its vulnerability changed. So I don't know if you guys at all ever go and say, okay, I'm going to draw the diagram of what I see in order to understand. Form function does this thing and writes actually everything down. It's very easy and it always sticks to your head. It's and you can learn amazing concepts mostly on web. If
I've
I'm not
kind of
mistaken.
changed the drawing a little bit these days.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different now. It's easier to do, but takes still a lot of time.
I know. How much time it takes you to create a video?
Um, the recent one was the longest. It took me around 100, but on average, it's around like 40, maybe.
Okay. Okay. So let's give it up for some web exploitation 101 Q, showcasing some of the challenges from Simpersanta CTF. So thank you very much.
All right. So, I'll quickly run. We're going to be first of all solving the naughty or nice challenge. It's a web challenge. It's listed as an easy challenge. So I'm going to quickly run the server, and yeah, this is how it looks like, pretty much. So it's a Node.js web application, and it's got this list, basically nice list or naughty list. Basically, these names don't really matter that much, but you can pretty much log in. Your goal here is to get the flag via code execution. We'll get to that point in a minute. But first of all, we have to create an account. So I'll quickly try to do that. Test, very secure. So the account has been created. I'll try to quickly log in. So as you can see, we've logged in, but the problem here is that the access has been denied. The reason for this is because you don't have the right permissions. You've authenticated, but you don't have the authorization or the right set of rules. To get a little bit more information about this, we can quickly pull up the F12, the DevTools pretty much, and we can go to this Applications tab. Under Cookies, you see a session cookie. So this might actually look a little bit familiar for some of you who've seen Live Overflow's video on Shorts. If it starts with an EY, it's pretty much it has high probability that it's a JSON encoded as base64. So let's quickly try to copy this. I see 2 dots here. So there's a JSON blob here, and then there's a dot, and then there's another one up until, I believe, right here. That's another blob, and then we have the other blob. So this is something called as a JWT. Let me go to jwt.io. All right, so this thing's got a debugger in here, so we can just quickly paste in the code that we just copied. It's going to quickly dissect what's going on here. If you hear sounds from the outside, I'm sorry about that. But anyways, we've got 3 different parts to this token. So the first part is marked in red, which is the header. The next part is the payload. And the last part is called a signature. So the header basically has header information, meta information, specifying the algorithm that it's trying to use for the signature, and also the type, which is JWT. And then there's the actual data. So the data has username, which is test, that's the username that we use to create the account. And then we have PK, which is the public key. It starts here and ends there. So this is quite important because the RS-256 it's using the algorithm RS-256, which means it uses a asymmetric algorithm, meaning that it has 2 different keys. So I'll pull up Clecky real quick just so I could draw a little bit. So RS-256 is an asymmetric one, and this thing's got like 2 different keys. One is going to be a private key, and the other one's going to be a public key. So the private key is the one that's being used to basically sign the JWT token. The other one is used to verify the actual token. So as you can imagine, private keys are going to be secret. The identity provider, in our case, the actual Node.js server, will keep this as a secret, and it's only exposed to the backend. Nobody else gets to see it. On the other hand, you've got the public key, which is, you could share it pretty much. It's only used for verification purposes. You can't really sign the your new JWT token or anything, which is cool. So here's the actual deal. So now the problem is we need to somehow get around this access denied. So let me quickly log out real quick, and I'll try to log in as a different user. So I'll try to log in. Actually, you know what? We're going to try to create an account, and we're going to use the username as admin. And let's say admin again. Try to create it, and you're going to see that it's already been registered. So that's an oracle stating that this user already exists. So our goal is to basically become admin. So how do we do that? If you go back to the JWT, you can see that the username right now is test. We can change that to admin, which is what we want. But the problem would be the signature. The server will actually drop your request or drop the action that you're trying to do if the verification process doesn't work out in the backend. So what we're going to do is, okay, let me pull this one up real quick. So usually servers sometimes do bad habits in a way. They use verification as something like this. This is pseudocode. So it takes in the token, which is the token that you see right here, the entire bit, and it tries to use a verification key. And in our case, the verification key is going to be the public key, pretty much. And in the token part, it's going to be the JWT. But the problem is that when the token also has the user can also specify the algorithm that's being used to verify. Instead of RS-256, we can use something like HS-256. So these are the list of algorithms, I guess, supported. So HS-256 is mostly a common one, And HS256 is a symmetric encryption. I mean, symmetric. It uses symmetric algorithm, which means it has only one key. And this key is used to encrypt and decrypt at the same time. So it's got only one key, and it's used to sign and verify at the same time. So the vulnerability here is that the verify function is directly using the token, which specifies the algorithm. So it's using it's taking in the type of algorithm that it wants to use from the user, and then it's using that in the actual verification process, which is a bad idea. Most likely, you'd like to have a explicit algorithm that you want to put in there. Yeah, let's get back here real quick. So I'll maybe get on with the actual process of solving it, I guess. So I've got a simple terminal here. So, oops, don't I have Python? I do. Okay. So let me quickly copy in the token, the key. Oh my God! All right. I've got too many windows open, sorry. So this is the public key that we've got. I'm just going to try to copy this. And I'll store it as key. So this is going to be a byte string because Python 3. And we're going to get over to the, okay, so I forgot what I'm supposed to do though. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take this key and we're going to produce a new signature from this token. So what I want to do is create a header. So this new header is going to be HS256, as you know. And the type is going to be JWT. This whole thing has to be a byte string, so I will make sure this thing is a byte string. And the payload is going to be username, which is going to be just the admin, I guess. We don't need to specify the public key or whatever because it only cares about the admin. So that's pretty much it. So what we have to do right now is to encode this into base64. So we can do that using the base64 module. You know what? I'll do it like this: base64 import b64 encode as b64e, something like that. And we can encode whatever string you want in here. It has to be a byte string though. There you go. So what we're going to do first of all is we're going to put in the header. That's the header. I'm just going to store it in H variable. And for the payload, we're going to do the same thing. B64E and then payload. So that's the payload. But as you can see right here, we have this equal to sign, which is kind of not necessary in JWT. As the specification says, you're not even supposed to kind of use it, I guess. Let me quickly try to JWT allowed symbols. It's got to be somewhere here. Okay, so there you go. So you've got this equal to as a padding for in base64. It takes in 3 characters at a time as a block size, and then it goes ahead and encodes it. This equal to sign is just used for padding the entire base64 string. It doesn't really matter if you put it in or not. So in JWT, it's not really. It's the case that it's omitted. So we're gonna have to remove it. So I'm just gonna say p.strip. So we've got the header and the payload. I'm just gonna say body equals header plus a dot because JWTs have dots in the middle as these, delimiter, and then you've got the payload. So that's our body. It starts with the header and then a dot. And then finally, we have the payload, which is admin to true. We're done with the basic setup, but now's the most important bit. We want to have to somehow figure out. No, we don't have to. I mean, we already know how to do that. We just have to figure out a way to add the signature at the end. So to create the signature in the first place, what we have to do is we have to use the HMAC and the hashlib libraries provided in Python. So we're also going to use hashlib because we're going to be using 256 for the hashlib. I mean, we're going to use the hashlib SHA-256 as the HMAC. So we can do HMAC.new. So this is a function you can use to create a new HMAC. The key is going to be our public key. So quickly show you that's the public key that we're going to be using. So, oops. Yes, it does require an extra argument. So the next argument is going to be the body that I want to basically use in the part of the signature. And finally, we want to put in the hashlib SHA-256. So that should actually generate a new HMAC object. But what we want is a digest of it so that we can have some bytes to work with. So that's the byte string. So I want to be able to use it in my JWT. So what I'm going to do is convert it to base 64. So that's our base 64 encoded string. As you know, again, we want to remove any sort of equal signs in strip. There you go. So that's going to be the signature. So now we have the header, which is the H. We have the payload, which is the P, and we finally have this signature, not sing, signature. There you go. But also notice that it has a plus here. You're not supposed to have plus because let me pull this up real quick. Wiki, there you go. So base 64 has kind of different versions in a way. For URL applications, you're supposed to, let me zoom that in real quick. So for URL applications, you're not supposed to use plus, / and equal to. It's pretty much because these symbols have different meaning in HTTP. A plus would basically represent a space, and a / it's used in the path, and then equals, it's used in the parameters. So instead of plus, you're supposed to substitute that with a hyphen, and that's what we're going to do. We're just going to replace the plus with the hyphens, and we're going to assign it back to sign. So that's our signature right there. So we have all the three parts, and we've pretty much, we have to put them together. So I've got the body already here. So I'm just going to add a new dot here. Oops, this has got to be a byte string. And then finally, we want to put in a signature. So this is our, the token that lets you in as an administrator. Hopefully this works. So let's copy that out, and let's go back to, I need to close a lot of windows, man. All right, so I believe this is the one. So let me go back to test, try to log in and get the cookie. Oh, this is registration. All right, so let me pull up the DevTools. We get a new session token. We're just going to delete it, and we're going to put in the newly created session token. Hopefully, if I hit refresh, it should let me in. As you can see, we're administrator now. So right now you have the option to actually change the elf name. You can also change naughty or nice, whatever you want. So in here, You can try a bunch of things, maybe like XSS payloads or stuff like that. Maybe like a canary, see if HTML injections work, or like a polyglot, try SQL injections maybe, and then SSTI, stuff like that. As it turns out, SSTI payloads or server-side template injections actually work. So if I just try to do 7 times 7, or maybe 655, no, I don't know, what's 1337 by 2? Never mind. But you can do something like 7 times 7, classic. If I try to update it, it does update it. And if I go back, it automatically goes back. It doesn't really do anything on the actual page, but if I open this thing up in a incognito, it goes to the home page where it actually renders the server-side template injection. So there you go. It has basically evaluated our code to 49. So this means that we have some form of constrained code execution. We're in some sort of a sandbox. We don't know what templating engine we're dealing with or anything. A quick way to figure this thing out would be, let me pull up the HTTP history, and there you can see that some of the requests going to the application. One of the interesting bits here is that it has the X powered by as Express, so meaning that this thing is a Node.js application and it's using Express framework. And there's a bunch of templating engines out there like EJS, Handlebars, Mustache, things like that. But I do not know which one this thing is. But it sort of looks like Jinja, because with the double curly brackets. So you could simply do a Google search for something like Jinja for Node.js. Too slow. The internet's too slow. So you can quickly, maybe this one. Okay, so as you can see, this actually provides you with an answer that's Nunchucks by Mozilla. So this is a old, oh, it doesn't work anymore. Oh, there you go. Okay, so this is created by Mozilla, and it's basically inspired by Jinja, which is a popular templating engine for Python. Django uses it, Flask uses it. So this guy, Mozilla came up with the idea of creating something similar, I guess. I think it's discontinued, but I'm not sure. Anyways, we can quickly check out the documentation here. So this thing's got a lot of functionality, but what we're mostly interested in is to somehow escape out of the sandbox. To quickly set up a test environment, I could search for npm as a package. The reason why I do this is because there's something called as run kit that I can use to quickly test out my payloads, just to try this thing out as a package. So it's going to quickly spin up a environment for me to work with this module. Everything's going to be set up. All I got to do is just work with it. So to get a sample code, I believe I have to go to getting started, maybe templating docs, getting started. So there you go. We've got the render string. That's what we're going to try to do. So I'm just going to try to run this thing to test things out. As you can see, it says hello, James. We're putting in hello there, and then we're putting in the template. Kind of looks like Jinja. And then we have the username. So it's going to substitute the username right here. Maybe it's too small. Let me zoom that in real quick. We can also do the same thing right here. 7 times 7. What are you expecting? My bad. There you go. It evaluates to 47. So here, what we can try to do is maybe go back here. There is a section called global functions. So these are sort of functions available for you at any context, regardless. So range is a helper function that's used to iterate over a loop. Basically, I guess it creates an iterator or something like that, like just like Python. We could try that out. Just put range there and then hit run. Let's see what it's gonna. There you go. It actually sends me some code. That's the usual behavior of any JavaScript. Put in this function. It's just going to call toString, and you're going to see the whole function as a code. So we can do .constructor here. To basically, we're going up its prototype to fetch the function object constructor, and we can do. Actually, I believe this is the function constructor. Let me try this. Oops. All right, I'm going to use double quotes just like you want. And there you go. It actually is function constructor. So you can basically put in whatever code you want as a string in there and directly call it. So I'm going to try to return the process. The process object is, it's available in the global scope in Node.js applications. So we're going to try to run that. As you can see, hello, and then there's the object, which is the process object. Pretty cool. So now from here, we can escalate it to code execution. So recently, I made a video. Oops, I don't have the link. Let me pull that up real quick. There you go. So I recently made a video on Next.js. I use this payload, so I'm just going to copy that. So minor modifications here. Instead of this.constructor, we're going to use range.constructor. Rest of the things can stay the same. Instead of netcat, we can do basically cat flag.txt. So if you try to run this, it's not going to work. I mean, okay, wait. I'm using conflicting. Okay, maybe it's all right. If I try to copy this and maybe paste it here, I'm going to have to change this to a template string. If I try to run it, I will get an error because it did try to run the actual code, cat flag, but there was no file or directory. So that's cool. So we can just copy this. We go back to our naughty or nice login. Let me pull that original. There you go. Just going to copy that real quick. Was it session? And then that. We should go to dashboard, I believe. Are we in? Yes, we are. Okay, so instead of 7 times 7, wow, that's okay. We're going to copy this thing. And oops, what are you doing? So in here, instead of 7 times 7, we're going to paste in our newly created sandbox escape. It's not really that hard. It's a very simple sandbox escape. If you want to get more into this sort of thing, check out my latest video. Anyways, now I could pretty much go to the actual homepage where the actual rendering happens. There you go. We've got the flag. Let me open that up real quick. There you go. Santa got 90 problems, or 99 problems, but Christmas ain't one. Pretty cool. So that was a quick and easy web challenge. Kind of got nervous a little bit, but I guess it's all right. Handing over to Sodi.
Thank you so much for your time and your insights and your nice tips, and also your nice efforts to your challenge, to your channel. Let me remove your screen from here. So now we have some time for everyone to answer to ask some questions to one function. Let me scroll through very quick. Is anyone want to ask any questions to point function? While I try to see, we say that can you? We have a question. Can you please explain more? Why did you use the public key for that HS256 signature?
Sure. Oh, maybe I missed it. All right. So this is the idea. So you've got.
Do you want me to add your screen in your?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the RS256 uses two keys, one to sign and the other to verify. The one that's using to sign is the private key and the other one's for the public key. But when it comes to HS256, it's using the same key to encrypt and decrypt, or more like sign and verify. So this verification key is going to be always the public key because regardless of the token, the verification key is going to be public key because originally the application meant to use the RS256 and that's the intended behavior. And also the public key is the one that's used to verify the tokens. So verification key will always be the public key, but the token keeps changing. And the token also has the ability to change the algorithm. So if we change RS256 to HS256, all of a sudden it was, previously it was asymmetric, meaning that it used two keys. Now it's just one key. It's using the same public key to encrypt and decrypt, more like sign and verify. That's the reason for HS256 this works. It's a simple substitution between RS256 to HS256 from asymmetric to symmetric, but it works like a charm.
And we have another watcher saying, "How did you understand that is a symmetric algorithm?"
Sorry, I didn't get you.
How did you understand that is a symmetric algorithm?
Oh, you could just Google about it, RS256. It's going to tell you about it. And similarly, you can do the same thing for HS256. Actually, Auth0 has a quick little explanation here. So it says RS256 is asymmetric. On the other hand, this is symmetric. Pretty much, just Google around. You're going to find more info on it.
Okay, amazing. And one more thing to ask. We have a question from Yellowfellow. Hello, Yellowfellow. Love your name. Question. Enumeration tips, please. If you want to spare 2 minutes to share some enumeration tips.
What animation tips?
Enumeration tips.
Enumeration tips. I was like animation tips.
No.
All right. Enumeration tips. What sort of context are we dealing with? Like bug bounties, web applications, or?
I think it's more about
network?
web applications. Yeah.
All right. So, it's quite hard because it's too wide of a subject. But I guess you could start with enumerating what type of application it is. Maybe try to figure out open source projects that it's using. Maybe then go into GitHub, find issues there. Maybe find internal applications by changing host header and stuff like that. Maybe think about all sorts of assets that the cloud infrastructure hosts. Figure out what sort of cloud infrastructure the actual application uses, and then maybe branch out from there. See the specific assets relating to everything from buckets to web applications to internal services to open source projects, all sorts of things. Map them out. Take notes along the way. If you find anything weird, put them aside. In a while, it's going to make sense. Maybe somewhere down the line, you're going to find something that connects the whole chain, and you can, go somewhere from there.
Nice tips. And I think that's it because we have been on and on and on questions. We have that they think you're an actual penguin. Many people said that in the chat. And also, a lot of what I heard is that many loved, from what I read here and your Discord, that they loved the way you showcased, because a lot of people struggle with this challenge. So thank you for showcasing it.
No problem. Anytime.
Anytime. So thank you very much. We cannot wait to hear more about your cool project you're working on. Also, everyone knows it in the chat, because everyone said if you want to spill some tea about your startup, what you're now creating. Do you want to say something?
Sure. I'm trying out this new project, kind of a startup. Don't know where it's gonna go, but it's in the process. Maybe a month or two, it's gonna be out. It's called hackercamp.co. Right now, I'm accepting beta users, but yeah, it's a e-learning platform or an ed tech where it's kind of similar to Code Academy, but it's mostly for security. So yeah, I'm doing this all alone. Let's see how it's gonna go. Apart
Amazing.
from that, just YouTube and stuff,
Nice. So thank you so much for the insights, and we cannot wait. Everyone who wants to be a beta tester, make sure to go to. Do you want to drop the link of maybe in the chat later? Drop the link, or if anyone from the team can drop it now, so people can become beta testers if they want. We have it. Amazing. Hackercamp.co. So amazing. So we have it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, we wish you all the best. We wish you to have happy holidays, be safe, be happy, and all the best. Have an amazing day. Bye from us.
Thanks, you too.
And we are going on a small break, and we'll be back in. I think we should have a proper break now, 2-3 minutes, and we will be back with the one, with the only, with the superhero, the hacker with a cape. He's right from Berlin. He actually, I don't know, he had to do anything in order to come to the stream. We appreciate his huge effort with everything that he had to battle with. So thank you so much, Superhero, for tuning in. So again, if you want to say some Rev and Pon 101, make sure to wait for Superhero, that he will explain and show you why this is not that difficult and how many things you can also learn. So guys, stay tuned, and we'll be right back with Superhero. Go stretch, have some coffee, and let's get ready to start some cool hacking. Bye. And after this small break, we are ready to go to, as promised, to the hacker with the cape, the superhero that is going to show us some amazing Raven porn exploits today, and how to get started right from Berlin to hack the box. Hello.
Hey
so
everyone!
you.
I'm
Love your
enjoying
video.
these awesome gifts from Hack the Box. Look, I have everything.
Let me add also mine. I want to blend in with you guys today. Amazing.
Yeah,
So how do you feel? How's everything?
it's good. And it's actually funny to see others are also nervous because I'm also nervous now. We have so many great hackers out there, people that are killing these CTFs. Like, yeah, we have so many great people even coming after me. It gets all better every time.
Yes, I know. And it's, at least from my perspective, it's very weird for me to see you guys feel anxious or overwhelmed or anything, because you are experienced at content creating and showcasing challenges. Plus, you are hacking idols, because you do that casually, and you're excellent hackers, all of you. Everyone at their own field. But yes, so I cannot understand why you stress. I know why I stress, but for you guys, I cannot understand it that much.
Yeah.
So yes, hackers unite today, and that's amazing to show that for this we are all of us blend together.
Exactly, and so cool. So many people all over the world are here, like from India, from the Netherlands, from Luxembourg. I saw some people that I know from the US, of course, and Greece and France and whatever country you can imagine.
Yes, that's true. So did you enjoy the challenges that you're going to showcase today?
Yes, I will showcase one challenge because I thought it's quite complex. So we will take the time to do that, and maybe we can save some time also for the others. But I found it not that easy after all. The challenges that were with the center CTF. Maybe I'm a little rusty, but on the other hand, I think the hackers are also getting better every year. So what's easy for them might not always be easy for me.
But you were, I think, also having the hardest challenges from Cyber Center from the last day. That's why. Yes, that is when we started very, very, very intro. So the challenges that were showcased at first, and then we gradually go to the more difficult concepts. Yes. So how's everything over there with COVID? Is everything back to normal?
No, it's actually locking down a little bit again in Germany, but I think everyone is starting to get the booster shot. So yeah, that's the best thing you can get probably. So we don't want COVID. We want real life events, right? So that's if that's the price to pay, then get vaccinated.
Yep. We totally agree. Everyone with their actions, we should be very responsible and help to go back to normality. It has affected a lot of jobs. It has affected everyone's health, their how they feel. So it's good to go back to normal gradually. Yep. So I'm not going to ramble anymore. I'm going to leave you now with the community. And let me see if I can add. I don't see your screen. I see.
Oh, it's up. It should be up now.
Amazing.
Yeah, I just shared it. Okay.
So I'm leaving, and have an amazing time, guys. Bye.
Thank you so much. So I'll spoil you guys first. I did not solve this challenge during the CTF, so I was not even close. I mean, I knew some of the vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, I did not have much time, but now we're actually going to look at this really, really cool challenge, which was called Music Notes. So we have a little backup CTF here where we can still start some servers and download the challenge. So that's usually where you start. You just go ahead and download it. And I will walk you through this like step by step, because I think if I sometimes read write-ups, I really don't get like, where does this number come from? Like, how does this person calculate the offsets, and where did he get all these numbers from? So this is how you start. Actually, what you will find in this file will be the executable itself, and it will be the libc library that is being run on the server. There are different ways to like identify different libc versions. So if you would, for example, leak one address, there are websites that can then show you what is likely to be that libc library. Because it's such a pain sometimes, we all have kind of different Kali or Parrot or virtual machines. The first thing we're going to do is we will patch this binary to use this libc version specifically. So we will avoid actually any conflicts and all the headaches that we would have to go through if there was a mismatch for the local and the remote version. Because ultimately, what we need to do is we need to spawn this Docker container that will give us an IP address and a port. And then we need to abuse the vulnerabilities within this music nodes program so we can leak the flag and we can actually get a shell on this Docker container, which is pretty cool. So there's a shout out to my friend Shimon. He is a very, very successful CTF player, and he taught me this little trick. So unfortunately, with the autocomplete feature, I don't even have to type it because I typed it before, obviously. So if we run strings on this libc version, you will basically figure out that there is a version string contained in this binary. And this is just what we will take, and we will throw this into Google. I did clear my history so we don't spoil everything. And what you can see is the 227.3. So there is a launchpad where we can actually download this compiled build. So here on the right-hand side, I'll make it a little bigger. There's an AMD 64. And I mean, what we would have done, as we have learned from Pink Draconian, is that this is 64-bit binary. So we will need the 64-bit build. And you need to scroll down here on the left-hand side. You can click on this libc 27, the 227, and then here on the right-hand side is the downloadable file. Download this file, go back to your downloads folder, and then you open this with your archive manager that is installed by default. And I think, yeah, here is the LD file that you will need that actually fits to this libc library. So this is a must-have, because otherwise, if you would only preload the libc library, I don't want to use too much time. Otherwise, you would just do this with ld preload equals, and then you specify the different files like libc .so, and then we would run music notes. You will get a segfault, but if you would actually specify both of the files, you would not get a segfault. You can literally run this file. So if we would LD, I think, does it work like this? I don't know. Well, I prepared this in case I screw it up. Actually, this should be the way to run it. So if I put run sh, I can now run the binary. And as you saw, I could not run it before with a libc library only. I literally need both. Maybe I need to specify them in the different order. Yeah, so now we have the same. Hey, Cymex, thanks for teaching me this. We can have the same locally as we have remotely. So this is pretty cool. And what you can also do, and this is kind of the next step, and I put this in a patch sh because I don't want to type these long strings on stream. So you can use patchelf tool to actually set an interpreter, which is the LD file we just downloaded, and replace the libc so with the local. So just see that here is a /, which is in the local folder, the libc library, and then we output a music notes patched from music notes. So if we run this patch sh, then we will have the music notes patched. Oops, sorry, I put that hashtag there. So that is a really cool thing. Now we can run it in the same libc environment, so to say, that is run on the server. And now we get presented with the song Jingle Bells, Jingle Bells. And it starts with da, 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 da. So something like this. So this is, if you played the challenge, it's a, oh, I put it wrong. It's a D. So these are always randomized. Then it's a B, then it's an A, a G, and a D. And if you got all of that correct, you will be asked what your name is. So your name will be We Love Hack the Box, of course. And then what a nice name. Tell me what you would like as a gift. VIP sub, right? That's what we all want. We'll prepare your gift soon. Cool. So now the binary is patched. Why did we do that? Because we don't want to go through all the pain and the headache running with a local version that is different to the server version, because that would mean we would have to adjust our exploit. And believe me, using this libc version makes this challenge much more straightforward and easy. And basically, this is where we will now start to look at this challenge with some more tools. And because checksec recently, I don't know why, is a little bit messed up for me on my Kali box. I don't like this output. I don't know why it gives me this output and not this super nice output that we are used to. I started with a little template, and there shout out goes to CryptoCat, who has always nice templates, and sharing is caring. So I adapted this a little bit. I'm using music notes patch. I'm loading the libc library because that is what you need most of the time to do RCEs with pawn challenges. And well, I set the context of the binary. That is kind of default. It's just copy paste. And then I say, well, there's a remote. If I want to pass an IP and port, it will run against the remote. Otherwise, it will run locally. And it just starts the program for now. Why do I do this? Because this actually gives me this output that I'm used to of checksec. Yeah, TJNull, thanks. So I totally agree. Like if you do it in Jeff or any GDB flavor, Poon debug or something, or with this little exploit line, you will also get the information. So we have a canary, which means there is a kind of a security value put on the stack, so that if we manipulate the stack and alter this randomized number, the program will detect it and crash. So we cannot just dump stuff on the stack just like that, but you will see later on. And non-executable bit is set, which means we cannot just put shellcode on the stack and the stack is not executable. That's what this means. And pi is enabled, which is a position-independent executable. My name is Jeff. That's funny. I'm reading your comments, guys. That's cool. So, which means the address space is just randomized. So it's not always loaded at the same location. So we could not just debug the program and use the same address the next time, because the next time it will be loaded into a different memory area and then you will not be able to access it anymore. Okay, so that is something to know. Okay, what are we dealing with? Now we want to look at this binary. And I loaded this binary into Ghidra and I adjusted the font size a little bit. Because it's always difficult on stream to see and follow. So I think this is kind of a compromise of what I can show you and what I can work with in this on the same time. The main function is actually the thing I usually start with. There's this randomized stack canary. This is always how it looks. And you will also see that if this is not what it used to be, it will call the stack check fail. That is something we have to keep in mind for later. And first, we see that there's a setup function, so it sets that alarm. So this can also be patched out. You can watch some of the videos of guys that I mentioned before. It will show you how to patch it out, but we don't need that actually. Then it will print a banner, the super nice banner with the guitar that we saw. And then we will have the sheet function, which is basically the main function of what is going on. So here you see what is initialized, and I need to speed this up a little bit. So when we're getting asked what our name is, there is a format string vulnerability because we directly control local 78, which is read from the console, and it's printed out like this. If you want to read up on format string vulnerabilities, there is an OWASP page about it, and it will explain what it does. Printf outputs a formatted string, and there are different symbols or parameters that it can represent and print. And it will also have an example of why is this vulnerable code and how is it leaked. We cannot go through this right now. There's even a paper at the very end of this page. There's a paper referenced, and it says what exactly is a format string. So this will even go deeper, and it can leak memory addresses. That is basically what we need to know for today. It can leak memory addresses, and that's pretty cool because it will give us the option to say, hey, of course you don't implement an interactive shell within your binary, right? But you load the libc library that contains everything we need, so we can jump to this location and spawn a shell, even if that's not really implemented in the program, but just because we're abusing leaking addresses, and then we need a second vulnerability. So this is the first. It's format string vulnerability, and then something that is maybe easier to spot if you have done buffer overflow challenges before. So there's a buffer of 40 bytes, which is local 68. You can also now rename this, right, and do practice on your Gitra skills. But then you will see that here, actually, if you would look at this read, and you can easily convert this number by right-clicking it, and you will see that there's 110 in unsigned decimal, and even convert it, and then it changes also here. So 110 is greater than 40. So obviously there's a buffer overflow here, and this is what we will abuse. Okay, going back to automating this exploit. Let me quickly look at my notes so I don't screw everything up. Okay, we're good. Yeah. Now I will hopefully be able to copy and paste this, because that's a lot of code to type. Good. So what I did here is, and PyCharm is kind of bugging me with this empty lines. I wrote a function that will choose the node, like because it's randomized every time we run this, because it's randomized the order of the correct nodes every time we run this, we kind of need to write a little code about this. We read the line 1, we need the line 2, and if the node is in option 1, we will send a 1. If the node is not there and is in option 2, well, we will send a 2. So is the right node for the Jingle Bells song. And I wonder, like, we could literally run this. Ah, well, I don't have debug output on, so that's a bummer, but we can fix that easily. So these music notes have been sent, so that you see that the program did not give us like, oh, you did a bad job kind of answer. We don't receive any lines after that. That's why we did not get anything. So we could also receive lines. We could also have done this and changed this back to info, because it will get kind of messy once we start now with the format string vulnerability. No, what did I do? Read line. Yeah, let's maybe just do it like this for demonstration purposes. I don't know why this is not printing my lines. Okay, whatever. Let's continue. What happens after we answer the correct nodes is, and for that, unfortunately, we have to run the music nodes one more time. Ah, guys, help me. 2, A, G, E. Okay, cool. So if we do to run them in print, oh yeah, you guys are so good. Thanks. So if we run a bunch of P's, you see that we can literally leak some addresses here, and that's pretty cool. And you can say run a bunch of those P's, like up to the space of what is read. And here we now need to calculate some addresses. How do we do that, and what are we even looking for? And for that, we will run it in GDB. So I use Pwn Debugger here. It doesn't matter which flavor you use. Where are we? 1, 1, 1, 1. Oh, that was easy. And now, because I don't want to write so many P's, Python, I prepared this little Python line, and we will copy paste this over. Copy selection. Hopefully that works. Yes. Okay, and now we hit break, Control C. We got tons of addresses here, which is good. There are some things that are a little sus. So the easiest thing is what we need the canary. And luckily there's a function where we can just say canary. And this is the secret value that is put on the stack so we don't tamper with it. And if you find this here, so I put 32 P's here. So the 31st, E9 ending with 500 is actually the stack canary. So we need now to add this to our script, and we will incrementally build this, okay? Of course, we are not reading the output yet, and we are not parsing the output, but that's what we'll do next in just a second. So this is the canary. This is pretty cool that you can leak this canary, right? The security value just because of the format string vulnerability. And these are all hex addresses, of course. And then there are some others. So you can run info proc mapping, so which will show you the process mapping. And there's something really interesting. So there is a layout of this process on your Linux machine. And this is the music node. So this all starts with a lot of 5s, even if it's randomized. And the libc library here, it starts with 7f. So your chances are really good if you are going by one of these that have an F, for example, this one. And well, I know that this is the correct one. So I will quickly copy it over into a Python console. And then you can do some really cool magic and can just say, hey, give me the address of puts, of the puts function, because you kind of need a reference to calculate some distances now. It's somewhere in the memory, so you're leaking a random address. And if we now subtract where puts is loaded, basically doing the math, we can then subtract that number from the leaked address to get the puts. So that's the idea. I hope that becomes clear. So we kind of need to copy this. So we say, hey, this is our leaked address. This is the puts function. So this is the difference. So next time, if I want to know where the puts function is, I just take this leaked address, subtract this, and I have the address of the puts function. And if I now, sorry if that's going too fast, but if I now subtract puts, I will have the base where libc starts. And from there, I can calculate all the functions that are in the libc library and I can use them. So this is super, super amazing. So we need this number. Bannersin, you are really good. Yeah, you caught that. Awesome. So what we will do is, like, if we want to automate this, the leaked addresses, we will just read the line that gives the program gives back, and we will just split it. So we will have all the 32 addresses and all the nulls and everything that there is, like everything we saw here in the green, everything that there is will be separated into single values by space. And so these will all be leaked addresses. So now we'll do a little loop. And sorry for copy pasting this together, but then I can use more time for explaining. We do a loop and we kind of count the index. So that's why this is done a little bit like this. If there's a super long address, like over 16, then it should also end with 00. It's most likely the canary. So this is this one. You can see that if you compare it to that one, it's much longer, you know? So these are 64 bits and 64-bit addresses, 16 bytes. So this is longer. It ends with a 00. So this is our canary. And we also verified this with this canary function, right? So I automated it here. What you could also do is you could say, this will always be my, let's see, this was the 31st. So you could also say %31st $P, I think, is also a way of writing it. There is actually on CTF time, there's another write-up, so you can compare it if you want. Okay, so this will be the canary. It will Where am I even assigning this to a variable? What did I do? Give me a second. Oh yeah. Okay, I get kind of a mix. I print all the addresses out, and then I can select them manually. So let's just run that then. Let's make a new tab. Okay, so I decided then afterwards that I will not 100% automate it. I will only half automate it. So this looks good for a libc function to calculate. And then we will have our canary here, which is the 31 candidate. And that is basically everything that we need. You could also work with the program base, so with the position independent base, but I decided not to do it and use one gadget later on. So, speaking the addresses, basically, the array always starts with 0. The array does not start with 1. So you need to subtract 1 if you want the 31st address. You need to do 30 here, or you could do 31 minus 1. Then this is the canary leak. And then you recognize this number, hopefully, from our little calculation that we did here, 35, 91, 712. And this is the exact same number where I said, hey, if I know where puts is and I subtract puts, well, then I have the libc address, which is pretty awesome. So just for the sake of showing that it really works, we will run this. So we have the canary and we have the libc address. And now it's basically just putting together our exploit payload. Standard, like you've always done before, or like you will always do in the future whenever you see a CTF like this. If you cannot remember what the offset was, 40 is the size of the array here. So we need to override 40 bytes with some junk. So we will just say that the offset is, why is it not typing here? Offset equals 40. Okay, cool. And now we will actually say there is a canary that we need to put back on the stack. So we will prepare this. We will have to turn it into a 64-bit address. That is what P64 does. It's a function in Pawn tool, so you don't have to do it yourself. And then you can say, hey, cool, there is actually a tool called OneGadget. And OneGadget is a pretty awesome tool. Yeah, I have it open here, David942J. And it says, hey, when we play these CTF challenges, you need the RCE pretty regular. So what you could do is then you could say OneGadget. I will first run it without the raw. So it will run and will tell you where is actually a proper structure to call binsh, which is spawning a shell. So if you want to automate this in a script, you can use the raw function, which will only give you the addresses here. So that's a hex number, that's a decimal number. If you don't want to write this yourself, there's actually at the bottom here how you do it. You need to import subprocess and add this to your script. So that is exactly what we are doing. OneGadget file name. It will run OneGadget with the raw, and it's the libcso, and then it will return these numbers. And then the only thing left to do is basically to say, so this is based on the libc address. Now, this is where we would need our leak libc address, right? So the gadget would be, again, we would turn it into a 64-bit address. We take the first one. We could also use the second or the last one, but just try one after another if it doesn't work. And then we use the libc address. So that will give us the gadget. And then basically we can use a payload structure. Well, we will just write that payload structure ourselves. Glad So you will find this in a lot of pawn videos from whoever you want to watch. And we'll say at the offset, it will basically construct this payload now for you. And this is why it's so lovely. Offset, we will say we have to put our canary back. And after that, we want to put our gadget, right? So that's really cool. And looking at our, we don't have the binary anymore. Let's just quit this here. And okay. And then we need to send it after the colon. So hopefully this will complete our exploit. It should fail, just as a spoiler. Oh, invalid syntax. Yeah, that's not correct then. Oh, I think I need this. Okay, yeah. And let's see. Oh, broken pipe. No, it doesn't work. What did we do wrong? Maybe we calculated something wrong, or we screwed up something else. No, there's actually a little thing that we have to do. And it's, well, we went through this. And we see that before the, in the function before, let's go back to main. If we, where is it? Where is it? I think it's here. Yeah, that's the sheet function. So the sheet function, before it returns, it actually pops a lot of registers here. So if there's nothing in these registers, most likely this will totally crash. And if you add this up, you need to spam like 7 addresses or 7 registers to make it work. And what I did was, if we see that we can just fill the registers with dead beef or whatever you like, food babe, or something more awesome that you can write with the letters A to F, this should actually make it work now. Okay, my formatting is a little bit shitty now, but let's see. Ah! We got it. Thanks. Thanks so much. This worked. This is even great for me after doing this again. And we can of course cat the flag. It says please subscribe to Hack the Box, subscribe to all the awesome content creators. And we can of course run this against the CTF infrastructure. Let's quickly fire this up, then we will be over with this little presentation. And we will specify remote. Oh, there's still full registers in there. Why? Why? Okay, now let's this is the space. Now we have a shell. We are CTF. We can cat the flag, and we're in for the win. So I hope you like this. As I said, for me, this was difficult myself, but I tried to narrow it down to what's really required. And probably I'll also publish the write-up after the stream tonight. If there are any questions, just feel free to ask. And we have Roadrunner back.
Yes, I am back. So congratulations for the stream. It was actually very, very, very nice. It was. I love that you were very thorough in all of the steps of the challenge. It was amazing, actually. Did you enjoy it? Although you said that you didn't find it that easy or that beginner.
Yeah, I enjoyed it very much. And like I said before, I did not solve this during the CTF, and that I was chatting about it. I was looking at the write-up, and I was like, where did I get this number from? Like how does this even work? And now it's really cool. And I'm also enjoying reading a lot of write-ups from other people. And if you can really narrow it down to the concept so you can reproduce it now. I had some people that reached out to me and said, oh, I watched you do some challenge and I went to Hack the Box and I actually did 2 challenges myself. And I'm like, that's awesome, right? That you pick up some knowledge and you go to Hack the Box. There are so many things you can do. And people actually have this success story to tell. That's the most rewarding experience as a content creator or YouTuber, right? If people, they spend their time here with us, right? They don't know us that well. And it's an honor to like be in this community and do these things.
Thank you so much. Everyone is commenting that it was very clear, that you did a great job. Oh my God. And we have...
Thanks, John Hammond.
It was amazing. Does anyone want to do an extra question to Superhero before he leaves? Anything about Lipsy? Anything about the process he showcased previously? Any questions? Oh, TJNull is also in the house.
Thanks, TJNull. Yeah, all these amazing people. It's definitely worth to hang out and stick around.
Nice. We have a question on how to get good with binary exploitation.
Yeah. It's just practice. Unfortunately, it's a lot of pain and a lot of tears. So I think Hack the Box is doing a great job reviewing high quality content because that's the first challenge. I mean, I'm now 36 years old. So when I started with computers and playing with things, the content was also not a high quality. And then you try to reproduce stuff and it was not literally reproducible. So now it is. Now thousands of people can work on a platform. There are so many CTFs. There are so many hacking streams, Battlegrounds and whatnot. And I think, yeah, just go try. There is an awesome Discord, right? We did not really talk about Hack the Box Discord, but there are like 100,000 of people who are there to help. Yeah. They don't charge. So that's the best place to start. It's just like, go and bug someone. You know, I watched Maham Sek 2 years ago before I started all of this. He's awesome. He's a great motivator and a great person. So then I reached out to Sturk because I wanted to go to DEF CON so badly. Unfortunately, DEF CON got canceled. So yeah, but somehow I slipped into all of this. So I met great people, Ash Fox, Pink Draconian, Pawn Function, and yeah, too many to name. I mean, I'm sorry that I can't name everyone right now, but they are all awesome. Yep.
And thank you for the shout out of the HTB Discord team. I don't know who is watching right now. I know Birbe Chaotic, I saw them in the chat previously. I hope everyone is here. They do a great job in the Discord team. The whole admin team, moderators team, senior mods team, the HTB Discord is I don't know. It's one of my loves of the hacking community. So thank you so much, Superhero, for your time. We are going to...
Thank you.
We're going to go now for a small break because we're a little out of track, and we will go right to the redhead of the hacking community, the one and only redhead, the one and only original red teamer that does all this stuff, the one that we have in almost all of our streams. We cannot wait to have a song and collaboration with Ed Sheeran. John Hammond, we wait for you. So bye, Superhero, and we will go.
Bye.
We will go to a fast break, and we'll be right back with the one and only John Hammond. See you all in a few. Bye, guys. So we are back with the one, the only, the notorious John Hammond. Give all in the chat a big welcome for him. So, hello, how are you, John? How is it going?
Hello, hello. How's it going, everybody? Thanks so much for having me here. I super appreciate the warm welcome.
Yes, everyone is fangirling about it since the start of the event. Thank you for tuning in also. So how do you feel that you are part? Also cool, cool t-shirt.
Oh,
Cool.
I'm loving this sweatshirt and the swag. We saw this and thought it was hilarious. I feel like I'll just probably wear this even outside of the Christmas season, like outside of the holidays, because it's just too funny. Santa Claus is the original, the OG red teamer.
Exactly. When we were actually brainstorming on these kind of things, what we will put in the hacking Christmas sweater, that was also an idea. We had many more hilarious things to add, but I think that one got loved. It actually, we did a poll through our content team what they find more hilarious and they liked more. So yes, I have also something to share with you. I created a little bit of a, yes, I try to alternate Ed Sheeran's songs to be more hackies and sing them to you if you agree.
Okay. Sounds great.
Okay, so give me a second.
Certainly.
I'm in love with the root of you. We hack and we porn like a maniac too. Come on and follow and subscribe. I might be crazy, don't mind me, but I will root for life.
These are fantastic, and you did an incredible job. Thank you so much.
If I ever had a good voice, now I don't even have a voice, but that's another part of discussion. I would actually write it. But yeah, and also I will try my best to try to do a collab with Ed Sheeran and you and do hacking on Hack the Box. I promise you, I tried for this event. I will try for every event from now on.
I think we should try and show Ed the ropes. You know, we got to get him on keyboard. We got to get him to pop some shells. I think that'd be excellent. A little ride along.
Yes. And how is life with you? How is life treating you? How is everything over there?
Oh, things are okay. I've sort of been running around, you know, kind of a chicken with my head cut off, like the sky's falling. I'm sure everyone kind of knows, hey, that whole Log4j or Log4j shenanigans. So I finally got to sleep, and now I'm ready to go back into the action, back into the fight.
Amazing. So I will let you start the fight. I don't see your screen, or you will showcase in that screen only.
I will go ahead and share my screen if that's okay.
Amazing. I will add it in the stream.
All right.
Oh my God, that voice. So I'm leaving you guys with your favorite John Hammond. Bye.
Cool. Well, hey, thank you so much, everybody. It's awesome to be able to hang out with you. If it's all right, I'd like to showcase just two of the challenges here from that Santa Christmas Hack the Box event and the CTFs that they were going on. So we'll start with a little bit of web challenge here. We'll start with the Gadget Santa challenge down at the very, very bottom. And we'll also move into the Missing Reindeer challenge here in the cryptography category. But first, let's get the ball rolling with Gadget Santa. And just to offer a little bit of recap, in case folks either hadn't seen this challenge or don't remember it or weren't aware, I'll pull up the description and prompt here. It seems that the evil elves have broken the controller gadget for the good old candy cane factory. Can you team up with the real red teamer, Santa, of course, as you already know, to hack back? So this has a Docker container that can be started kind of on demand. I've already spun that up. And it also has a downloadable file portion. So I've gone ahead and downloaded that. I am running in Ubuntu Linux for the time being. I don't know whatever hacking operating system or distribution of choice might be your favorite, but I have a directory created here for these two challenges, Gadget Santa and Missing Reindeer. I have gone ahead and already downloaded this Gadget Santa challenge. That's here in that zip file that you would have saw just downloaded. And let's go ahead and unzip that so we can get started with the challenge. There are a lot of files present here. And this is awesome because this actually clues us in that we have sort of a white box attack in front of us. Like we can actually have the source code to the application that's running and get a better understanding what's happening where, how it all works, etc. So I'll open that up in a text editor here for me. I am using Sublime Text. Again, you could be using whatever you'd like. But over on the left-hand side, now I have a view of everything that might be present here in those files for us. So we could click around, but if you hadn't gone to take a look at this application, you certainly could. Back over on that Docker instance, if you were to turn that online, just toggle the switch there, grab the IP address and port, and now we can open that up in our web browser. That's what I have running in that other tab here. So this is it. This is the Santa's monitor gadget with a couple things we could interact with. Allegedly a UPS status, which if I click on that, it changes, hey, we do have the status running. And maybe we could restart the UPS. That says, hey, the service is restarted successfully. Other things we could do to list processes, list RAM, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I am driving a little bit blind here, but for the sake of showcasing all of this, let's go ahead and explore the source code now that we have the web application in front of us and we kind of see what it's doing. It is all running in a given Docker file. I'm going to go ahead and set the syntax to bash, so this has a little bit of better syntax highlighting. If you're working in Sublime Text, I hit Control-Shift-P to use their sort of command prompt, and then you could just type in bash and choose that set syntax option. This gives us a little bit of information as to how this was all put together. We can see that it's copying some files in, looks like some PHP and Nginx configurations, as well as eventually running and starting up Supervisor D, or a daemon service to eventually kickstart a bunch of applications that might be running. So I see that it's calling the supervisord.conf kind of as the record of, hey, what's going on? And if we actually take a look at that file, we can see, hey, here's all the boilerplate normal configuration to run each of these services. But it starts to clue us in as to what we might actually be looking at. Now, in my mind, there are actually like sort of a couple different applications. Like there's a Python script. First of all, you might be able to see this UPS MGR or manager that calls this UPS manager.py. Now, that's actually here in the same config folder. And if I just click in to open that UPS manager.py or Python script, we can get a good understanding of, okay, what is being ran here alongside seemingly some Nginx and PHP applications. So just for a quick scroll through this Python service here, looks like we've included some libraries or modules to pull in, JSON to work with JSON data or JavaScript object notation, subprocess to call different commands within the command line, and then HTTP servers and socket servers. A couple convenience functions to return JSON, maybe see some output. Okay, good enough. Maybe there was some modification or some tampering. I like those comments there. You could notice those. And that's for the check service and restart service functionality. But down below, you might see some more interesting stuff because this HTTP server is running, and we can see that down below. Hey, we have an HTTP server being called to bind locally on port 3000. So that's worthwhile to know. There might be some aspect we could explore there because this has some interesting functionality here for us. We saw the check service and restart service and all those other functions just above, but down below, there is also a path to get flag. If we were to see that specific path, okay, we'll go ahead and return some output with the status and a hack the box flag. This is a fake flag for testing, of course. This is just kind of a local copy in an instance. But now we know, okay, if we could interact with this thing locally, localhost, like from the context of the application, and ask port 3000 get flag, that will return the real flag on the remote service. So that's our goal. We've outlined that right ahead, right in the front here. And while that's done, we could kind of explore through the other applications that are present here. This is part of the PHP application that we see running, and this looks like the front end when we view the application itself, index.php, right? This looks like the HTML that we would have just seen on our web browser. Gadget Santa page, listing each of these potential things we could do in the functionality here, and then it might echo out with some PHP, the potential output given any of those. Now, if you'll notice, these links are passing in an HTTP GET variable, the command here with the question mark. That is how we're passing some information to the application. And I didn't actually show you that because I had this web browser full screen. But if I go back, you might just be able to see it in the URL and address bar. There we go. Clicking around on some of these, keep an eye on the very top address bar. You can see that change. So how is that actually working? We could go down and take a look at some of the models or the controllers, things that are building this application. This looks like a model view controller MVC application. And this is an interesting one here in the models folder for the monitor modal or model.php. Here's some boilerplate stuff, but there's an interesting one called get output, seemingly going to be returned. In fact, if we actually look at the controller, the real logic for how this application interacts, if we saw this command get variable set and supplied, cool. We'll go ahead and create a monitor model object, run this get output functionality, and supply that will again be funneled into the view with that PHP templating syntax that you saw in the HTML just earlier. So that's enough kind of boilerplate and preface here. Notice that get output function calls shell exec, which will literally mean run a shell command, like a command line command. It calls santamon.sh with the command just appended on a period here in PHP. Now we could explore what that santamon.sh script is. Here you can see the literal function names referring to what we are using in the application. UPS status, restart UPS, et cetera, and they're all shell commands or command line tools being called and ran. Down below, if there isn't a specific function present, or even if there is, right, it'll reach it and refer to it with a $1, referring to, okay, the function name or variable name passed in to the script. So we might be able to do something interesting if this is still all being passed by shell exec. What if I change this command to a regular Linux command that we could run, like a simple who am I? I see the output dub. If I were to run pwd for the present working directory, looks like we're in that folder, we can run id, and we see that output just there. So we have command execution practically naturally from the application. But let's look around at what files we have present. And here you can see again the source code of the web page. But if we wanted to try to cat out and actually view some of these files, it doesn't seem to work for us. We could try and cat out etc. hosts or etc. password or do anything strange here, but it's just not working for us. Now, if you pay close attention here, that's because we're including spaces in our command, and this is invoked by just the $1, which indicates the very, very first argument passed to the script. You see the gimmick there? The second arguments that we include, like the file path / etc. password or the file that we'd like to display, that's not being processed. So we might be able to do some other interesting tricks to include those. One thing that you could do is by trying to supply not strictly a space character, but something that might represent that in your shell. Some fellow hackers and nerds might already know what I'm referring to, that IFS variable, or the internal field separator. I believe I got that acronym right. Now, if I echo that out, you'll notice it's like a blank space, but it is sort of a new line or a space. And now referring to it or to any other variable that just doesn't exist, notice that's only 2 empty lines. So there is some value there. It is present. Now we could use that. We could use that to our advantage. Folks might want to play with this and poke at this in Burp Suite. You're more than welcome to do so. Maybe you could play with it and mess with it kind of here in the browser. We might be able to do that just as well, actually. I was going to spin this up in Python because everyone knows that I'm a Python fanboy. But if I enter that, I use double quotes surrounding this. And I use that $IFS, this time separating it with curly braces. So we denote in bash, hey, this is a variable that I want to reference. You don't have to represent an environment variable or a variable in bash with those curly braces surrounding your $, but it's good to if you want to be super explicit. And this will help actually delineate between the value that we want to actually cat out and our environment variable. But using the same syntax without the double quotes doesn't get that returned because, again, $1, only the first argument. Still being executed, though. If you'd like, we could go ahead and do this in Python, but for the sake of time, I guess we won't. Maybe we can save some of the nerdy stuff for the next challenge. But let's explore what we might be able to do. before I keep running on this, is everyone okay to actually see what I'm typing in the address bar? Is that even visible? Maybe just for the sake of showing things and being able to see it, we could hop over to Python, or curl, whatever the case may be. Let's try and do that. Let's use our own local copy of curl from the command line. Oh, and that might do strange things because of our... Let's see if that works for us. Do some quick tiptoe tap dancing. I'm using single quotes here to represent what I pass to our curl command, because this uses a $, which I don't want bash to literally interpret on its own. Also, we can see that this curly brace might get in the way, so we might need to escape that out for the sake of bash. Let's see if that actually returns anything for us. I'll scroll up, and I'm not seeing it in the pre-tag. So let's go back to our browser and try and play with that instead. I'm using which curl to verify that we do have curl on the machine, because remember, our goal is to make that web request. We want to be able to actually see from the localhost port 3000, the /get flag. We could check if wget's available. We could check if ping is available. We could check if netcat is available. We could try and use which to be able to better determine tools that we have. Or realistically, you could figure out, okay, am I going to have enough ground and utility to get a reverse shell connection if you wanted to fully compromise this thing. With that said, we don't need to use all of it. We can actually just make that curl request. As you saw, we do have that present, and in our path, we could actually try and use curl tac h to see if we can view the man page or the options there. And it's displayed. But let's use curl with, again, we know the Python service is running on 127.0.0.1 or localhost on port 3000. So I'll just separate that with a colon there. And that endpoint that we want to reach is _get flag. Yeah? That sounds like the same goal that we had in mind from the get-go. So let's hit enter on that. And there we go. That is all that we needed. Some folks are saying it is a bit hard to read the URL. Hopefully that copy and paste in the terminal made it somewhat accessible. I also see some chatter in the comments how I was accidentally borking. Yeah, okay. The backslashes weren't necessary. Good catch, everybody. So let's run that same exact thing just to verify the flag that we had. And you can see it. We know we're going to use curl using our IFS separator to fake a space character. Calling back out to localhost or 127.0.0.1. port 3000 specifically /get_flag, if I could type. That looks good. That is the syntax that we need because we knew we had that command injection vulnerability, because we were able to kind of poke around and explore and do something else and get around that space character limitation. That's our flag. Hack the box. Santa is the real red teamer. Excellent. Let's go ahead and submit that flag. And with the last couple minutes I have left, let's go explore that crypto challenge as long as we have time. I don't know if there are any voices in my head or anyone in the backstage telling me, hey, John, no, hurry up. Get off the stage.
No, you're okay. You can continue.
Cool.
So I'm dropping again.
So let's check out the missing reindeer challenge. Challenge info, not only elves took control of Santa's Christmas factory, but they also kidnapped Rudolph as well. Trying to speed up our presentation here. Can you help them decrypt a message that was received? So we can go ahead and download this file. There is no Docker instance to be started here, but there are downloadable files. So let's go explore that. Again, I have that present here. Let's move into that directory. Yet again, we have this download. So I'll go ahead and unzip this. And all we have is a message.eml file. Let's close out of Sublime Text and then reopen it because I wanted that silly folder display to go away. And it didn't even do it. Goodness. Cool. So now we're looking at an EML, or kind of the raw source of an email. And we could see, okay, we have some headers included. We have the from and to address going from Pep Sparkles to Tiny Jingles. And the description or the message body of the email. It says, hello, Mr. Jingles. We got the reindeers you requested. It's a problem, though. Its nose is so red and bright. Blah, blah, blah. The information and attachment are encrypted. So we have a secret.enc file that we can see is included as an attachment, and that is this base64 content here. And we also have a public key, or a pubkey.der, and that is this, just here. So those are the two pieces, really, that we want to be able to carve out and extract from this. Those are the two pieces of information that we could use. Let me go ahead and actually literally carve these out. I'll go ahead and copy and paste just that public key, and then save it as like a pubkey.pem or whatever. And I'll also grab this just as well. So folks might recognize the language and the lingo here, that this is public key encryption, which is normally kind of typically RSA, right? A Ridgendale something algorithm for public and private key cryptography. I will play with this in Python, because I know some folks might say, hey, John, you could very well just do this in like RSA CTF tool. And you're totally right. But we don't exactly need to, because we can get smart and know how to make sense of this all on our own. I'm going to use the cryptography library in Python. I believe this is PyCrypto. And I want to go ahead and actually say from crypto public key import RSA. I'll include the base64 syntax and library just as well, because this ciphertext really, or the secret that was encrypted, is something that we want to be able to actually pull out. Let's do that. We'll say ciphertext can equal the base64 command or library b64 decoding this big long nonsense that I'll just paste in here. Now, just for a simple sanity check, let's go ahead and print out that ciphertext. And to be fancy, I'll go ahead and use a F string or a format string. So it'll display for me, hey, ciphertext is actually equal to this value here. I am running a plugin called Build View, which displays my Sublime text running code in another tab. Sometimes it's nice, sometimes it's extremely annoying. So let me just turn it off for the moment. Now we can display, hey, we have our ciphertext and it is represented in bytes. You can see the \x syntax denoting, yep, it's bytes here. And I might need to run. So let's hurry up and solve this thing here. We know that we could use RSA and then import a public key. We could actually import keys with that library. We'll go ahead and open our pubkey.pem, and let's read all the contents from it. So that's actually just slapped in and accessible. Let's save that as a variable. Let's say, hey, pubkey just this is something that we could use. And now Python, the library, is really smart, and it'll actually be able to determine what variables and values are set within this public key, like the modulus, letter N in that crypto scene, or the exponent, letter E in this case. Let's go ahead and display those out. And you might be able to see it just down below. I know it's a bit of a mess. We have a big modulus, and the E exponent value is set to the number 3. Now, if you're familiar with RSA and this cryptography, there are a couple things you could do when you know the exponent is the number 3. I have a couple pieces of this documented in a resource that I have had for way too long, and it's very old and not any good anymore. But sometimes it's kind of nice to be able to scroll through and get some ideas. This is the CTF Katana repository, just text-based. So if I were to search for RSA down below, we could see some things that we might be able to do with RSA. If we're given multi-prime RSA, how you could calculate and determine different variables or pieces of the puzzle here, but also what you might be able to do if E is 3, if the exponent is a small number. This could either be maybe a cubed root attack, maybe a little d attack, if you knew that, hey, you have a potentially different E value, and that's actually very large, not when E is small. But if you also see an E variable that has, or if you are to see any RSA situations where you have multiple ciphertexts, multiple C values, or multiple N modulus values, N1, N2, N3, C1, C2, C3, you might be able to do the Chinese remainder attack. What we're going to be looking at specifically is this cubed root attack when RSA is 3 or very small. All you really have to do in that case is take the cubed root of C, the ciphertext. Kind of neat. one little hack, one sweet attack you might be able to do for a little or very small e exponent in RSA. And this offers some code here we could use in Python, which I am going to have no shame and just rip because I wrote it years ago or just found it online, right? You do some Googling and you copy and paste it from Stack Overflow. It's all the same, right? Now we could use this function root cubed, but we need to convert our ciphertext value, which we right now know is bytes, into an actual number so we can do this math. The way that we could do that nice and easy is by using crypto-util.number and import a couple things called long to bytes, and then there's a subsequent transformation function called bytes to long. Bytes to long is what we could use given our ciphertext was represented as bytes. So let me go ahead and use that. We'll go ahead and print out our ciphertext after we wrap it in bytes to long. Let's go ahead and display that out. The very, very bottom line is a bunch of numbers here, and that is our new representation of our ciphertext. So let's go ahead and save that. Now we can go ahead and try and use this root third or root cubed attack on that number for the ciphertext. Let's say root cubed or root third of our ciphertext will give us M, or the message, the plain text message. And we could print that out. But again, that's just kind of going to be numbers, right? We need to go ahead and actually display that as bytes. Let me toggle that. You can see we have that now numeric value, but we need to go ahead and convert that with the same convenience functions that we just used, long to bytes. So let's do that. Let's actually just modify this line above here and say long to bytes, wrapping around that. Now, when I go ahead and print this message out, we can see we are in Antarctica near the Independence Mountains, and our flag is hack the box, weak exponent, random hex. So that is really the attack here. It's just recognizing and using some quick maths. I don't claim to be a math guy, so forgive me for pressing the I believe button on that, but that's the syntax you could use in Python to do a cubed root calculation. And with that, we could just go ahead and submit this flag. And we are done. Those two challenges are complete, super simple. Hey, command injection for the web application and cubed root attack for that RSA. But happy to hang out for a little bit of questions if anyone would like. I'm happy to chat for just a bit, but I hope that was educational. Hope that was enjoyable. And thanks so much, everybody.
It was amazing, actually. Thank you so much, John, for hanging around. Does anyone has any questions to address to John about the challenges he showcased or anything about John's plan? Love John to the moon. Amazing. They love you to the moon.
Love you too.
Anyone else who wants to ask something about what you showcased? I don't see any questions. Let me raffle. Beer tips. Okay. While I read all the chat to find some questions, you can discuss about your beard.
Oh, beard? You don't do anything. It just, I don't know, it happens. You just do nothing and exist.
Okay. Let's see. I don't think we have any questions.
Cool. I'm going to go do some more log4j stuff. Oh, is there a question? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stomp on you there.
One. Sorry, no, it's okay. Yeah. If you dye your... Not if you dye your hair for Christmas. Guys, make sure to give him a follow on YouTube, on Twitter, subscribe, hit the notification button to always look at his amazing videos. So we had a question, when you will do a 1v1 with Ipsec at Battlegrounds from Superhero. I love this thing.
So many folks have asked that question, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to ask Ipsec. He'll destroy me. Like, I'm going to get crushed. I will be absolutely obliterated and dominated, but we'll have some fun and the internet can laugh at my failing.
Superhero says that he can moderate. Amazing. And Network Chuck is on the house. Hello, Network Chuck. How are you doing? He says two of your favorite people. Thank you for amazing comments. And John, what do you want for Christmas? Okay, last question.
I want a Sony A7 III camera.
Okay.
That's what I want for Christmas, but that's just me.
Amazing. GoFundMe, create an account for John, and everything there, and let's create this contribution for him, because I think he creates amazing, cool content and deserves it. So, bye, John. Thank you
Thanks,
very
everybody.
much.
Love y'all. Take care.
Bye. And then we have the one, the only OXDF that is going to join the stream. Unfortunately, sorry for TJNull and Nahamsek. We are 30 minutes late for all of our streams. That's why I'm trying to go faster. TJNull is giving me the thumbs up. It will be so great to see you for the first time in person here, not in person, online. And we will go to OXDF. OXDF is the amazing training lab architect that will do Forensics 101. He is amazing at forensics, amazing forensic challenges. You can actually see a nice forensics walkthrough, how you can create phishing documents and catch them and anything in your YouTube channel. Plus, also he is responsible for the machines that you see weekly. So give it up to this amazing guy. He's coming up from now, actually. Jeff, are you ready to join? Let's start. Hello, David. Hey. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm very happy and excited for the stream today. It's going amazing. Everyone loves it. And
it's been amazing so far. Everyone's been so great.
Yeah. Have you recovered from the Hack the Box meetup?
I'm getting there. Getting there slowly.
Nice. So I'm going to add also your screen here. And I'm going to remove myself. And let's give it up to the amazing David that will show some forensic magic. Bye.
Thanks, Odie. Awesome. So yeah, I'm going to go through 2 or 3 of the forensic challenges today. And so I guess we'll start with persist. And I figured just to make sure everyone's on the same page. Basically, Santa's updated his infrastructure, but he's complaining about slow boot times and a blue window popping up for a second during startup. And of course, they just suggested IT says, oh, reboot your computer, right? Classic IT support. And there's a download link. It's a pretty big download, so I've already downloaded it. But we'll jump over here into our Linux VM. And I've got this persist.raw here. And it's, like I said, it's pretty large. We can see it's a gig. So this is a memory dump. If we run file on it, to see what it is, it's just going to say data, and that's because we literally are just dumping the memory of the computer. And so what the file command is doing is usually looking at the starting header of a file and trying to recognize it based on some header data there. So since this is just raw memory dump, it's not going to recognize anything. But knowing it's a memory dump, what we can do, the tool to go to is Volatility. It's been around for a long time. I believe it's installed by default on many of the kind of hacking use distros. But if you're using something like Ubuntu, or if it's not installed for whatever reason, install Volatility in Google. I actually really like this recent Sean the Geek article here. Shows you how to install it, all of the dependencies you need to get installed. It's also important, I am a huge Python 3 convert. I think I'm really excited about leaving Python 2 in the dustbin of history. It was awesome when it was what was there, but we're at the point now where I'd love to just be on 3. This is one of the few applications I'll still use in 2. When they ported Volatility to Python 3, they basically did a complete rewrite, kind of like Python 2 to Python 3, and they're not the same. And a lot of the plugins aren't there yet for Python 3 or Volatility 3. So I'm actually still using Volatility 2, but these install instructions will work just great. So once we're there, cool. So let's actually run it. We can do vol.py, give it a -f for the file name you want to do, persist.raw. You need 3 things to run a Volatility command. You need to have the file you're going to pass it. You need to know the plugin you're going to run, and then you need to know the profile of the memory image. So persist.raw, that's our file. That's good. What about profile? We don't know that yet. And so there's one plugin, might be a couple, but there's one that you want to use called image info. And if you run image info, it'll help you figure out what the profile is. And so what this is doing right now is it's crawling across the memory dump, looking for well-known memory structures that might, especially like in a Windows or in a well-known Linux memory dump, it's saying, can I find any of these memory structures that are going to exist in a certain way that help me identify what the operating system is? And so you can see right here, it came back based on a KDBG search. Now that's a kernel debugging object that exists in memory. Based on that, it's got these 4 possible profiles. They're all Windows SP, Windows 7 Service Pack 1. They're all x86 or 32-bit. These are all probably incredibly similar, but I'll grab the first one. And just keep in mind that if as I'm going, something weird happened or I'm getting output that doesn't look like I expect, I might want to try a different profile. So we've got a profile to work with. The other thing then is, so what can we do? So if you search Volatility plugin list, the first reference here on the Volatility GitHub has this whole list of all the different plugins we can run. And so there's all sorts of useful stuff in here. I'll give a couple examples. So let's see, we can do, oops, didn't mean to get rid of that entirely. Vol.py -f persist.raw. So we'll do image, not image, profile equals, and then we'll put in the first one. And then, so for example, we could do something like a PS tree. And that's going to show us the processes that are running on the machine at the time of this memory dump. And so we could scroll up here and start looking through these in detail. There's several process-related plugins, but I like PS tree because it shows the parent-child relationship of all the different processes. And so we could scroll through these and start looking into them, looking for any that are suspicious. There's a whole set of, when you do forensics, there's a bunch of well-known processes. So like an SVC host, you may know that only is supposed to have a certain parent, or that's only supposed to have be running once, or things like that. So we can start looking through that. There should only be one LSAS on a box running at a time. So we could look for suspicious things that way. In this case, I'm not actually finding very much interesting. I'm going to kind of rush through the ones that don't actually pan out to anything. There's other things we could do though. So like command line, if I wanted to look into the processes more, the command line plugin is going to give me the full command line. Oops, it would help if I get rid of the PS tree. The full command line for each of the processes that are running here. So you could investigate them more. If there was a suspicious SVC host process or something like that, you can come in here and look at it more closely and figure out, here's this process is clearly not good. But again, in this case, I'm not going to find anything interesting doing that. There's another one that I like a lot that is always kind of fun, especially in the CTF world, consoles, which is actually going to show what's going on in any live console processes they're setting up there. And in this one, it's not going to help you find the flag in this case, but I thought this one was particularly fun because we actually can see it's running dumpit.exe. You can see are you sure you want to continue? It's dumping it to a file here on Santa's desktop. So this is actually them creating the memory dump of this image. So again, not helping me find the flag here. And even if this was a real forensics investigation, I probably know how I took the memory dump. But it's kind of cool that you can see this stuff. So now that we have some idea what volatility can help us with, it's go back to, let's think about what we're actually looking for here. Santa is complaining that it's slow to start up and that he's seeing a window pop up on startup. And so if you were to go, the name of the challenge is also called persistence, which is useful. So something is persisting, and in our world, information security, persistence means it runs after reboot. It's really easy to get a program running in memory, but then when they reboot the computer, that's gone, unless you give it some way to persist. And there's millions of ways to persist things. There's an awesome follow on Twitter, Hexacorn, who's constantly showing up new ones. But if you Google Windows persistence locations, and we could probably go to literally any of these. I haven't actually looked, but I'm going to guess. I'm going to take a shot here. Yep. One of the most common places you'll ever see is this thing called the run key. And so basically when something is in the run key, it means on startup, it's going to run. And so you can see what it's going to run in this case, so temp pentestlab.exe. But this is one of the most old school ways of getting your malware started on reboot. There's a handful of these, the run once, run services once. I believe run once, and once it runs, the system will then delete the key. So once people start looking at the run key, malware might go and run once, and then the system would remove it, but then it would immediately put it right back. So the next reboot, it would happen again. But anyway, this is also if you use a tool like MITRE ATT&CK, which is a really great framework for describing different kinds of attacks and how we on the defensive side might look for them and try to stop them. It does have one here, and again, it gives us the same the same sets of keys. So I'm going to grab this right here, and we will do. There's a actually, let's go and look real quick. I'll show you. There's in the command reference. So if I want to look at registry keys, there's one called print key, and you can see right here. So all the examples are going to have. See if I can make this a little bigger. Going to have, it takes a file, it takes a profile, it then has the plugin name print key, and in this case, the argument -k and then the key itself. If you read the documentation a little closer, you can see this one is actually starting at Microsoft, whereas where was I here? This one starts with one of the different hives. It'll actually search all the hives. You can, dump out the hive addresses and specify a hive address. It does in this one right here, I believe. But anyway, we're happy to search all of them. So we want to do print key, and we want to do dash A, and we'll paste that in like that and see what we get. See if there's anything running in the run key. And already, there's a bunch of different things showing up in the run key, but already this one jumps out to me as incredibly suspicious. Could be totally legit. There could be an admin who likes to run some complicated PowerShell command on every boot that happens to be base 64 encoded, but I'm definitely going to want to check that out. So what's happening here is on boot, it's going to run PowerShell. It's going to have bypass mode. That is not on its own suspicious. That's an execution policy. E/-EP is not really a security feature. Anyway, I won't get into why it's there, but it doesn't actually provide much security. But then this -enc is for encrypted command or encoded command. And then, what follows is base 64. I could do this at the terminal, but also this is a good example to go over to CyberChef. And the reason I like to go to CyberChef for this kind of thing is, let's see what we can do from base 64 is right here. What did I do? I did two base 64. Well, that's not what we want. Let's get rid of that. From base 60, let's put that. Why don't I just actually put 64 in here? From base 64. Windows uses 16-bit characters, so 2-byte characters, and that's why you see all these dots in here. And so you can read through this. I mean, we're making progress, but in CyberChef, I can just easily go decode text and set myself to 16-bit. And if I don't know if it's big endian or little endian, let's try big endian. That does not look like what I was looking for, so let's try little. Cool, there we go. So now I've decoded it from 16-bit to just normal 8-bit characters, like what I was looking for. And you can see right here we got the flag. Let's take a half a second. We'll copy this and put it back in Vim and take a look at what we got. So we can do some. Let's see. We'll replace. Well, let's not bother with this. We can see basically it's running win. It's got some path in program data's win.exe. If that path if the path does exist, it's going to start the process. Otherwise, it's going to make the directory. It's going to save a variable of the flag. It's then going to download a file to that path and start the process. So if it's there, run it. If it's not there, download it and run it. And oh yeah, here's the flag. We can grab this and go over and submit it. I won't bother with it for now. But that's cool. So I think we solved the first challenge. Let's jump over to the second challenge here is called giveaway. And this one is right up my alley for my favorite kinds of things. Santa Sock team is working overtime during December due to the Christmas fishing campaigns. A new team of malicious actors is targeting mainly those affected by holiday spirit. Could you analyze the document and find the command and control server? And this challenge has a downloadable part. I've already got it downloaded, so I will jump over here and take a look. Let's go ahead and close that one. All right, here we are in giveaway. So I've got Christmas giveaway.docm. If I run file on that one, it's going to tell me it's Microsoft Word 2007 plus. That's completely what I would have expected given the extension. Now it's worth noting here the extension docm in the earlier, so Windows 2000 or Office 2003 and earlier, that's where you would see .doc, .xls, .ppt, and then when they made this big structural change for how Word docs are going to be formatted or documents are going to be formatted in Office 2007, they introduced these 4-digit extensions: .docm, .docx, .pptx, .xlsx. And the general idea, in addition to identifying the new format, the general idea was that the vast majority of documents in the real world don't need macros. They don't need to be running code ever. They're just documents. And so Microsoft said, hey, this will be a good idea. Let's just only run the macros inside of extensions that are labeled specifically, I want this document to run macros. And so that's like docx. You can't run macros in a docx, but you can run macros in a docm. And that's a really good idea. And I think it would be incredibly helpful if the bad guys didn't just then name all their things .doc and send them on anyway. And so it's not been super impactful, as long as even the new format is, if you name it .doc, Office is smart enough. Microsoft always wants to bend over backwards to help the user, which is good, except for in the case of security here, it ends up hurting us. So anyway, that was a long tangent into these file extensions. Let's jump over into a Windows VM real quick, and we will take a look at this document. Now, this is a CTF document, so I feel pretty comfortable just opening it. If this was a real world piece of malware, I would be a lot more careful. I'd want to make sure my VM was not connected to the internet, which in fact this VM is not. Or I'd want to make sure I had very clear rules set up for what I wanted it to look like. So just looking at this document, we can zoom in. The Christmas Elves giveaway, the document has been created in a previous Microsoft Office Word. To edit it, make sure you click Enable Editing and Enable Content. And then I've got this Enable Content up here. Macros have been disabled. This is classic phishing. You will see this exact language, maybe not with the elves, but everything else. Previous version, make sure you click this stuff. It's safe. Don't worry about it. Don't be scared. Just click it. You certainly want to get whatever I've got. That is the document trying to social engineer people into doing what they want it to do. Anytime I get this enable bar, again, this is Office trying to warn me and be helpful that something suspicious could be happening here. So there's almost certainly going to be macros here. We can hit Alt F11 and open up the macro editor. Typically in a document, there's a handful of places where macros can be enabled. Often here, right now, I've got this Word object and references. Sometimes you'll see down here a third folder called modules that holds modules. You can also have macros in the document object itself, which is when we double click here, that's what we see. And one of the things that's really nice about, oops, I'm not meaning to do that. Let's see if, well, we will try to shrink this down. One of the things that's really nice about working in this editor is you get, syntax highlighting for the OLE or for the VBA. You can see right here, there's some sort of error on this line. That right out jumps at me. I'm not sure whether that's supposed to be there or not. My guess would be that, when you do a CTF, if the goal is to get the URL, I wouldn't need to look at the document at all. I could just open up Wireshark. I could open up the document. I could let it run, and I could see what URL, what DNS requests were made. And so when you want someone to actually spend a few minutes trying to reverse the document, it's very common to break it some way so that it doesn't actually work. And so that'd be my guess as to what's happening here. That said, I've seen some really clever obfuscations where people try to use errors and error handling to make the document do something that's not quite as obvious. And so, you certainly don't want to just ignore that or think it's just a CTF thing to see errors like that. So anyway, let's go through here. What is this document doing? It's setting a shell object to be wscript.shell. Then there's this whole block right here. And this is, it's clearly doing a lot of string manipulations, right? We've got strings, we're appending them with the ampersand sign. We're calling the car function a lot. So ASC is what takes a character here, like the B character, and converts it back to its binary, to a number. So in this case, it would be like, let's see, hex 42. So what is that, 62 maybe? But then it's converting that number right back into a character, so right back to the B character. So that's literally, these two literally cancel each other out. So it's doing some replacements here. So we're replacing everybody. We're replacing the E with 3. Anyway, we were doing all this stuff, and then we're using those strings to build this final str file URL. That's almost certainly what we're going for in this document. The rest of the stuff, so here's the file. We're going to gif.bat. The run command is going to be that location. We're creating an XML HTTP object, which is what I would use to make web requests or one-way to in VBA. So we're opening that, we're doing a GET request to that thing, and then we have sort of this broken thing where really should look something like send, and then if the status is that, then continue, and then there should be an end if somewhere down here that's missing. So it's a little bit broken. We're creating a stream. We're writing the response body into the stream, and then we're saving the stream to that file location on the disk. And then down here, we run it. So pretty clear at a high level what's going on in the document. But even, whether this is the real world or because the CTF told us to, I want to know what the C2 looks like here. I want to be able to, if I'm in a corporate environment, I want to go to my firewall and see, do I have DNS logs that shows anyone resolved this domain? What was it? Elf's Factory, not even .com. Just, has anyone tried to resolve Elf's Factory? Has anyone tried to actually make contact with that? What other machines might I need to triage and figure out what's going on? Did anyone get infected, et cetera? So that's a really useful thing to try to figure out. I'm going to, one thing you can do, again, I'll show you how to do this in a more secure way. But what's really nice about the Office macro editor is I can put a breakpoint right here. And if I want to run, I'm going to need to clean up all this. I could actually spend a minute cleaning it up, or I could just come in here. And since I don't care about any of that, and click this comment out button. Comment in VBA is the single quote. And so now this is perfectly functional. I've got my breakpoint here. I can click somewhere in the function and click play. Macros are disabled. Let me, I need to close this. I wonder if I can enable, do I want to save changes? No, let's not save the changes. Okay. So you have to enable macros to run macros. Makes sense. Let's come in here. We will comment this out. We'll put our breakpoint back and we'll run to it. If you want to know what this variable is, this is the, I could add a print statement in there, but also there's the intermediate window. So I can do print that and hit enter. And I need to actually step over that step. And now if I hit enter, I get the answer. There's the URL, and it actually includes the flag as well. What is that? This is present everyone wants for Christmas. So and there's my flag. Now, I did that by running it. I did say I would show how to do that in Linux without having to actually open the document. The tool I'm going to use here is a tool called OLE VBA. And what's cool about it is, let's see, so I can give it that and run it. It's going to print out, I get the full VBA code here. But I also come down here at the bottom and it gives me a summary. And what's cool about this is, given now that we know what's in this document, okay, there's an auto open. I didn't really talk about that, but the function that this is running in is called auto open, which is what's going to run when the document opens. So, okay, that's good to know. Suspicious, it opens a file, it writes, it saves the file. There's a shell. It's creating web, downloading files from the internet. It's attempt to obfuscate things. Here's an IOC for gif.bat, an executable file name. So this is really useful. If you're going through a lot of these, you can run real quick and just take a look at what it thinks is there. And a lot of times, if you're trying to triage or figure that out, that's enough to say, okay, this actually doesn't look malicious. I can move on. Or, oh yeah, this one I definitely want to spend some time focusing on. So there's a couple ways we can go here. Let's see. We can. This will take half a second, but I think we have time. If I open this up and go into, let's call it macro.py, because I, like John, oops, let's undo this, set paste so I don't get that. I, like John, I'm a Python fanboy, so we can come in here and clean this up a little bit. And the cool thing about, VBA and Python are different languages, but they're not that different. So I can do a few substitutions. So for example, in Vim, I do %s, and then what do I want to replace? I'm going to replace the ampersand with plus, and then global, and that fixes that. Let's see. So I also want to replace, in this case, capital CHR in Python is lowercase chr, and that looks good. Let's see. I also can come through here, and anytime it's CHR of ASC, I can just get rid of it. In fact, I could get rid of it this way, %s, CHR, ASC. Still gonna have to go through and clean up the parentheses, I guess, but we'll do that. We'll do that for helpfulness anyway. Replace it with nothing. That's good. So I guess probably we can do replace anytime we have 2 closing with just 1. That's my guess that that's what will be left over from the CHR ASC. Oops, don't know what I do. S. I need to escape those. All right, my Vim is not as cool as I thought it would be, but we'll just go through here and do a couple manual cleanups. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So the replace function is going to be slightly different. We're not going to have that. We're going to have dot replace. Dot replace. So we're just basically putting, it's not, the replace isn't like a global function. It's actually a function in Python of a string. So we'll get rid of that and we'll come here and do dot replace like that. Get rid of that. And the F needs to get cleaned up as well. I'm sure we'll make more. I'm sure we'll miss a few of these, but we can, when we run it, it'll quickly tell us. Replace. And one more. And I think we're good after that. Let's give that a try. We'll create a new pane here. We'll do Python of macro.py. Of course, we do have an error in here. Let's see what line we're on. Line 1. All right. Somehow the wrap didn't survive the paste. Oh, and of course, so it did work. I can add a print at the end, but I can also use one of my favorite tricks in Python. It's not necessary here, but if you run with -i, it'll open a terminal at the end. And so now you can do string file URL and print it out here. You can access the variables, and you can do all sorts. You can do anything you do in Python at this point if you wanted to mess with things. So anyway, that's here we are without any having to go to Windows or being at any risk at all with this document. We've already managed to solve it. So that is pretty nice. The other thing is, and I won't go and show this, but there's ways you can go. Well, I'll show it real quick. There's plenty of, if you Google for online VBA compilers or online VBA runners, or we could copy and paste this code and put it right into there and just run it there. Again, maybe adding a print statement at the end. to.run stands for try it online.run is one that has a ton of programming languages. It's a favorite of mine. For VBA like this, you'd pick the VB mono language. But there's other ones that are specific to VBA. So anyway, I'll leave that as an exercise you guys can go check out, since I know we're running a little behind. All right, so that'll be the second one. And then we'll go ahead and close that one and move to the third one. So let's see, where's my signed in window here? Ho. Let's see. So Santa, where are you? Are you hidden in the private and the public too? Riddle, what am I? Forgive me, and I'll give you what is mine. Or find me, and I'll give you what is mine. Very cryptic. The only thing I would take away from this really is that there's a public and a private. So it's clearly doing some kind of cryptography that I want to keep in mind which is interesting because I'm in the forensics category, not crypto. So we'll keep that in mind as we go. All right, let's see. So here we are. What do we get as the file? We get a PCAP file. If we don't trust the extension, we can run file on it just to make sure, and it confirms it is a PCAP file. So we will run Wireshark on the file. We'll let it run in the background. Anytime I get a PCAP file and I have it in Wireshark, the first thing I'm going to do is come up here and go to conversations and get myself a feel for what's going on. So interestingly, there's only one at the IP level. There's only one conversation going on. It's these two hosts talking to each other. 10.0.2.15 talking to 165. Blah blah blah. There's no IPv6 conversations, and then there's 40 different TCP conversations. And so, just looking at it right away, I can see it looks like port the 10.IP is sending random high ports. So it's probably the client reaching out to the server first on 80, then on 443, then on 80, then on 443, then on 80, then on 443, all the way through, alternating like that. So that right there just gives me a pretty clear idea. I'm gonna have 40 TCP streams I could look at, although 20 of them are probably encrypted under HTTPS, which unless I can find a key of some kind is going to be not possible for me to look at. So I'm probably focusing on the 20 HTTP streams. I'll start up here right at the top and do follow TCP stream and take a look. Can I make this any bigger? Yeah, I can make it a little bigger. Excuse me. So what I have here is a post request to this long long string with a parameter of equals D5. And then it's returning a move permanently, and it's the redirect location is to the HTTPS of the same thing. So that explains why I suspect as I go through all these streams, it looks like every request is being made first to we'll step ahead a little bit, first to this URL with some parameter here, and then returning to say, hey, do it over HTTPS. And then the immediate stream that follows is encrypted garbage I can't interpret. So we can go ahead, and it's the same thing again. And the only thing that seems to be changing is these last 2 digits. So I could step through all of these. I will spoil it and say that is all there is. There's 20 of these requests. And I want to pull it out and look at it. In this case, I could actually solve this using strings on the binary because the URL is in plain text. But I do this again. Why skip a chance to play in Python? So we will start with Python 3. We'll import sys. And we're also going to import from Scapy, which is the library for dealing with a PCAP. It also, you can do all sorts of things. You can craft packets and put them on the wire. You can sniff, but it's also very useful for dealing with a PCAP. And it recommends using this kind of blacklisted, not thing you're not supposed to do in Python, which is import all, but we're going to do it because that's how they recommend it. So we'll do pcap equals read pcap, and then I'll just use sys.argv1. This is just shorthand to say I'm going to read in the first argument. I often do this just because frankly, right now I'm too lazy to go look up what the file name is. So we'll just deal with that. Then we can do for packet in pcap. And so we're going to loop through all the packets. And so this is where you can start to use Scapy really well. So we're going to say if TCP in, actually, hold on, I'll show you real quick. We will come here. I'll just show you what we got. So if I do right now, Python solve, and then give it the pcap, what was it? Ho. Yep. And I will give it, just like I showed before, -I. And so if I look at pcap sub 0, I have a packet here. And you can see it's got, the way Scapy manages this is there's these different layers. So there's the Ethernet layer, there's the IP layer, here's the TCP layer, etc. And so one thing you can do is you can say, okay, well, I only want to look at packets that have TCP in them. So I can say like TCP, because TCP is actually an object in Scapy, this is why we import star. It's got all these parameters. So if I can say TCP in pcap of 0, and it returns true. So that tells me there is a TCP layer. So it's useful to, when you start looping through things, you can say, if TCP in packet and packet TCP layer, let's say .d port, because we only want the stuff going to port 80. And so you can see right down here, if I do pcap sub 0 TCP .d port, there you go. You can see what it is. So, and what else do I want? So I want the raw. Let's go back to our packets here. What I really want is this post request. I want this string right here. So I can check again and raw in packet. So what would that look like? Is there a raw in this packet? False. There is no raw in this packet. And 0. Let's see which packet. We'll cheat a little bit here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it packet 4 or 3 then? So yeah, pcap 3 has raw in it. And if we look in it, here's the raw where the load is the post request. So I can say, well, and raw is in packet and packet.tcp. I don't actually know if you need this TCP or if you can jump straight to raw, but we'll leave it there. .load, because that's what this is. And then we'll do .starts with, and it's a bytes object, so we'll do starts with post. That's a long if, but that hopefully that's clear what we're trying to accomplish here. And so then we can do print packet TCP raw .load dot decode, because we want to get it back to ASCII dot split. Well, actually, let's just run it here for now. I can show you real quick what this does. So now I should get, there's my raw, there's my 40 requests here. So that's pretty cool. Now I don't actually want that whole thing. So I'm going to split on, when you split empty, it's going to split on white space or on space characters. So that'll give me this. And then I want to get the second thing. So I want to ignore the post. And this is what I want right here, from this space to the space before HTTP. So that looks good. In fact, I want to split that further. So I'm going to take that object again, and I'm going to split it, and this time on the equal sign. And so now that'll return two objects. It'll return this thing, and then it will return this 85, or whatever is in each packet. And so again, I'm going to take just the one object. And then I will just put end. Well, let's see. I can show you what that looks like. Whenever I program, I write things over and over. You know, I always check what I'm doing because it makes troubleshooting errors easier, and I'm just not good enough to make it happen all the time. So cool. There we go. I got all my little pairs of characters. If I want to make this look cooler, I can do comma end equals there and not print a new line. And then at the end, so that I put a print there. And now when I run this, it prints it out in one line, and I've got the data. So anyway, that was like a long way to get to, I just pulled 20 requests and got the data out. But again, it's fun to practice this kind of stuff. So, all right, I thought this was the most difficult part of this challenge was, okay, so I got this thing. What do I do with it, right? I can exit here. I think I can exit here. There we go. I can really exit here. Python solve ho.pcap. I run it, I get the thing. I can do a word count on it and see, okay, it's got 41 characters. One of those is the new line at the end, so it's 40 characters long. It's all in hex. Interestingly, it's all capital letters except for these lowercase c's, which I don't know what that means, but that's somewhat interesting. It feels to me like a SHA hash and a SHA-1 based on the length. We can come here and like see if it cracks. We can go to like crack station and come over here, paste it in, not a robot, and it doesn't crack easily. This is the hardest part, but what you have to do based on the crypto hints, I guess, is know this is actually Ethereum uses these hashes for addresses. And so this is an Ethereum address. And so I can actually come over here into Ropstein Test Explorer and search and find a bunch of transactions going to and from this address. In this case, all from this address. So, excuse me. So if you look across here, you can see these are all from 26 days ago. What's interesting in here is this method field is just seems to be kind of random hex. And if you notice, they all look like they're in the ASCII range. And so one thing you could do is go ahead and write a script that'll go through and pull all these down using Web3. The way I like to solve this one is I came down here and I hit the CSV export. Excuse me. I remember those dates are over a month ago, so I need to come back here and do November. I'm not a robot. Oh, you guys get to see if I'm a robot or not. Let's see. Palm trees. Does that look good? Oh, there's palm trees. Let's see. Awesome. So we will download that. We'll open it in LibreOffice. That looks good. And here's my hex here. And so because I'm, looking for patterns and stuff, I will grab this and we will open up a new window here in Vim, paste it in, and we'll use Control V to select the visual block and get rid of all these $sign or OXs. And then we can use $S% /new line /nothing globally and get like one long string here. And then we'll open up a new window here. We'll do Python import bin ASCII .unhexlify, put in our string and close our return. See what we get. Now that I got two things out of this. One, it's not right. It's clearly a mess. But two, there's a lot of the right characters in here. I see HTB squiggly bracket. I see, they, there's words in here that are kind of messed up. And so I either have another layer to this challenge, or, which is actually the case here, my order is not good. So I can, what's the easiest way to do this? Come up here, I'll do undo. It was not clear to me whether I wanted to start at the top or the bottom. So let's write this out as values. And we'll exit. And then if we cat values into tac, I guess we could just tac values. Tac will print lines bottom to top, and we can call it values 2. We vim values 2. We can do our same switch here where we get rid of the new lines globally. We grab that whole thing. We come down here. We unhex. We bin ASCII. We unhexlify. We put in our thing. And oh no, we're going to get exposed. We should wipe all the evidence and kill and enable the ransom kill switch. Here's the flag, right? They hired the tech nerds to find us, but they don't know we're better cyberpunks than them. Well, I guess you're not better. We caught you. So, yeah, with that, I have no idea how long I've been going, but that's the 3 challenges. So, Sodi, are you around?
Of course, I'm here. No, it's totally cute because a little bit more time, but we will be on time for our 2 guests. We will not be able to do any more breaks. Thank you very much, OXDF. Please all make sure to leave your comments in the chat because we do not have time for a live QA now. And we will reply them. And we will go right to our next. I don't know if we have some quick questions that we can reply. Let me raffle through the comments. Made it look simple. A nice comment that I got from everywhere is that everything could be done through Warsack, some of your actions, but teaching how you could do it with Python and write some of the modules and scripting it and etc. It was very educational. Yes, please all make sure to follow OXDF, his blog on Twitter. He actually does amazing work. Sorry, what was the Python module name? Someone missed it.
Oh, for interacting with PCAPs is Scapy.
Scapy, okay.
SCAPY.
And one, when can you learn more about forensics? Practicing. I don't know, OXDF, if you have some feedback on that.
Yeah, I mean, practicing is certainly the best you can do. It's something that I think the CTF community as a whole, it's a lot. Red offensive stuff camps come out a lot faster in the world, and so it's something where I think we are all, including Hack the Box, we're trying to get more defensive and forensics content out there. We do have a ton of forensic challenges on the website. You can certainly check out. There's other CTFs out there as well that do interesting stuff. But just find ways to practice is the best way I can recommend. The other thing is that, if you can if you're interested in this kind of stuff, and if you find this interesting, finding an entry-level SOC position or something like that is certainly where you get to do this all day long. You will learn a ton. Once the real world stuff starts hitting you every day, you can learn a lot, and it's always changing. The bad guys are always coming up with new stuff to try to get by you. So.
That's amazing and very inspiring. Make sure also to catch the MEA we did with David. That shows everything about how to create amazing machines for A's to B. Now that also the machine submission is paid. And thank you very much, David, for your time.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
So now we are going to go back. We're going to do a very small break, and up next is TJNull. He was here in the lobby in a few minutes before. He must be joining also again soon. So TJNull is about to join. Might be him on Discord. Let me check. Yes, and we are going on a very small break, and let's go back with TJNull that he will show us some tips about how to become a pen tester, the community manager from Offensive Security. Thank you very much and stay tuned. are back after this small break. Up next, we have one of your amazing hackers, the one that has covered his pink hair today. Why that? Naham Sek, I don't know if you can hear me, but we are up next with the one and only Naham Sek. Hello, how
Hi.
are you?
Good. How about yourself? I can show you the pink hair if you want. It's just,
Well, I love them. I told you before.
let me see it's just a little bit messy. It's just getting too long
Okay.
and messy. So I'm gonna put it out there. But yeah, just a little bit messy. I have to gonna wear a hat. Thank you for the
Okay.
hoodie, by the way. I know we're matching together. Let me see yours.
Yeah.
All right. Looks good.
They're nice, yes. Santa, the original red tumor. So how do you feel? How is everything over there?
Good, not bad. It's nicer now. It was really rainy yesterday here. It was kind of depressing, but now today it's a lot better. Can't complain. How about you?
I'm good. I'm very well. Now everything, I slightly get my voice back. We were at the Hack the Box summit that we gathered all together. So that kind of made us all, we were working/partying. So it was exhausting, but good exhaustion.
Awesome.
Good. I studied, I tried also to understand, what's going on with Log4j, etc., and also plan my holidays as well. What about you? Will you go anywhere fancy for holidays?
I'm going to be going to this. I'm going to a show for New Year's Eve. Nothing fancy really. I'm just going to see a few artists live, and that's about it.
Oh, you will go to New Year to. Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, it feels good. Feeling like normal again when
Yep.
things are going back to normal a little bit, but it's still kind of scary. Not really scary, but you still have that what if in your head. But I'm excited. It feels good to be able to go do stuff finally.
I know. I feel the same. So are you ready to showcase to us today some intro to Bug Bounty and some web hacking?
Yes, absolutely. Whenever you're ready.
Of course. Do you want me to share your screen because I do not see it in the lobby, or we will use the screen
There we
only?
go.
Oh,
I think this should do it. There we go. Awesome. All right. So I have Burp open. I don't know if I'm going to need it. So I'm just going to push Burp over here.
So I remove and I leave you with your amazing idol. Goodbye, Nahamsek. Have an amazing hiking time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So this is the CTF is called the Elf Directory. To be very honest, I haven't really had a chance to look at it, so we're going to solve it together. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Ben Tadegapur. I'm the head of hacker education at HackerOne. I'm also a bug bounty hunter, and I hack on bug bounties here and there. And I like to, play CTFs, and I design CTFs sometimes for HackerOne itself too. But today we're going to look at this. I'm going to walk through this. I'm going to actually put up Burp Suite right here just to make it easier. I'm going to turn on my proxy. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk through how I would approach this if this, it was a program. So at a first glance, a few things I see here is a login. My favorite thing to do here usually is just a quick admin, just to test things out, just to see what this looks like. I'm going to set a repeater. Nothing really exciting. Admin doesn't work. I usually just like to try admin password just to make sure it's not as easy as it looks. I don't think there's going to be a brute forcing here since there is a sign up page. I'm going to go to create password or create account. I'm going to turn on proxy. Wait, we're going to go here again. See what calls it makes in the background. Not a whole lot. You can also do a lot of these by having your network tab open. It's a similar thing. It shows you the same stuff, but either one works. I'm going to make a username called Nahamsek. I'm going to give it a password. We're still going to monitor this. Nothing interesting. I'm going to click register. It's making a username and password. Sending a successful message. And now that it's great, we're going to log into it. The reason why I do this is I want to make sure I understand what the application does, how it handles logging in, if it's adding extra parameters. For example, when you register an account, is it going to have a user role? Is it going to have some parameter in that I can change? But for now, there isn't much there. We're just going to keep going. It looks like here they're setting up a cookie with a PHP session ID. I'm going to quickly copy that and take a look at it later. I'm going to log us in. And now we are logged in to the site. There's not much of a functionality here. There is the logout, and there is profile, and there is the main page. So a few things that stand out to me here is just the profile here. I'm assuming I can do some stuff here, but it looks like my account hasn't been approved. They didn't ask us for an email address, so I'm assuming they're not gonna send us an email. But let's see if I can pull up something really quick. What do I do here? 1 second. All right, so let's look at this right here really quickly. The first thing that I wanted to look at was the only thing that stood out to me was this cookie right here. And let me see if I can make my screen a little bit bigger so everyone can see it. All right, there we go. Let me know in the chat if you can see this better. I'm gonna make everything a little bit bigger. There we go. And we're gonna go back to repeater. All right, let me know if you can see this in the chat really quickly. Let me pull up the chat. What's up, Ash? Thanks for joining. All right, so the first thing I want to look at is this looks like it could be some sort of base64, so I'm going to try and decode it. And right off the bat, we can see that there are two objects here. One's a username. So the two things we can do is we can either override our username, or we can try and change it approved. Because it says my account isn't approved, I'm going to assume this is what we need. So I'm going to encode this as base64. I'm going to copy this. And, oh, actually, I need my burp suite. And we're going to go back to proxy. I'll refresh this page. Turn this back on. We're going to refresh our page. And within proxy, I'm going to swap out my cookie. And if we go right off the bat, we see that we're able to log in. So we're logged in now. We have access to this upload file. So this allows us to bypass it. And this is very, very common in a lot of ways. And when it comes to web hacking, there's been a number of times where I have either changed my approval to approved, the user role. So instead of, let me go back to it really quickly. So right here, instead of it being approved, it could be something like user role, and it could have something like user, and you can change this to admin. Sometimes that will work. Sometimes you can overwrite your username. There's a lot of different ways to do it. So I see in the chat people are saying that spool that really work. Yes, trust me, it sounds like sometimes this may be a little bit not realistic, but there's been a number of times where I've been able to swap out some of the information in the user role, and it's giving me access to a lot more stuff. So keep that in mind. What we're going to do is there's an upload file here. So we're going to look for a hack box. Actually, let me see if I can quickly do this on my other screen. I'm looking for a I'm going to have to get a logo. So let me just get a logo on my other screen. I'm going to get the Hackbox logo and upload it. I'm going to stop my proxy. We're going to find a Hackbox logo PNG, and we're going to mess with this uploader for a little bit. So let me download it very quickly. One of the things I want to try here is I want to be able to test out the site and see what I can upload to this website using this uploader. So give me 1 second. I'm going to my desktop. So we have the logo here. We're not going to click upload yet. I'm going to turn this on, and we're going to go back to our proxy. We're going to push upload. We're going to send this request to repeater. So every time we repeat this, it should work. So let's try it. So we're going to push send on repeater. Let's make it bigger. Comes back 302. If you follow the direction, it uploads it. And if we refresh the page and open a new image, it looks like it adds some stuff to it. Goes upload, some hash, some random value, and whatever our file name is, and it goes to the website. So we're going to do this one more time. It looks like every time we do this, we have to refresh our cookie. So what I'm going to do is, there's a few ways you can do this actually. So if you want to make this a little bit easier for yourself, what you can do is you can copy this. Go to options, and down here, we're going to do match and replace. We're going to send the request header. If you find this right here, I'm going to go back to decoder and grab this. So we're pretty much going to say, hey, every time you see this value, I want you to repeat it. And, I want you to replace it. Make a comment, replace cookie for hack the box. Now, this should work. If it doesn't work, please don't yell at me, but we're going to try it out really quickly and see if it works. It didn't work. Perfect. But you can't set that up. I don't want to mess with it right now, but you can set up that that rule at some point. I think I may have messed it up. I'm going to redo this one more time, see if it works. Oh, that's because I have the wrong cookie. So this should be, let's do it one more time. So I was showing earlier what I would do here. So I'd made some changes. Let me redo this. Approve should be true. Let's recreate our cookie. We're going to encode this as base 64. We're going to go back to proxy, options, edit. We're going to put the right cookie value in there and hope that it works this time. So if I refresh now, for us, I didn't do anything in this request. It did it for us automatically. We're going to go to choose file. We're going to go to hack the box. We're going to push upload. So right off the bat, one of the things I usually like to try is either add a PNG or PHP or HTML here. So for this one, we're going to add PHP. We're going to go at the bottom and say PHP echo test PHP and hope that this works. I'm going to open this image, and it looks like it's showing some stuff here, but I want to see if the test is being shown. Doesn't look like it's being shown, but I'm going to look at the view source just in case too. Nothing's being shown. Let's try it one more time. This time I'm going to actually see if I can throw. Because of the spaces, I think it may have broken some stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually throw a. I'm going to try HTML first, and then we're going to go back to PHP again. So let's go back here. We're going to. So it looks like PHP does work, but I want to just see what other stuff can work. So I'm just going to add this here. You may break it actually because I'm not adding it to the bottom, but let's just see if it works. Still nothing. Let's refresh the page really quickly to make sure. It's still uploading PHP. Let's try it one more time. Go back to choose file. So it looks like actually it rejected it actually. It didn't like it. So it does allow PHP as long as the PNG is in there. So if you have the format PNG in the file name, give me 1 second. Actually, let me see if I can find a really quickly. 1 sec. Try this one more time. Send it in. Let's see if it added this one. Let's do it one more time. I think I'm not doing this right. Let's do it one more time. I'm going to go back here, add this to the bottom. And here we're going to call it .php. So I think it requires to have .png somewhere in here. Put this over here so I have more space. So it looks like you have to have this PHP somewhere in there. So as long as you say PNG is what you need in the name of the file, it allows you to upload it. But let me try to look at something really quickly. So we're going to do this one more time. Worked. Image. It looks like the PHP is being uploaded, but let's see if we can do 1 equals maybe ls. Nope. Okay, so it looks like the PHP is being uploaded. Let me have, so this is not my hacking laptop. I want to look at the payloads I have on my personal laptop really quick to see if I'm making a mistake. And then we can look at it again one more time. But by the looks of it, it looks like that this is actually allowing us to put PHP, because when we did HTML earlier, what happened was it didn't really come back and say, hey, there's an error. When we did HTML, it came back and it was like, hey, there's an error. You can only upload PHP, or you can only upload PNG, but it looks like this wasn't the case this time. So let's try it one more time. Okay, let's try it one more time. I think there is a mistake in my. Let's try it one more time. This time what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the entire PNG from it. And we're going to do PHP. And let's see it one more time. I think the payload that I'm using is not the right one. So it looks like even if we don't give it PNG, it works. So let's just do 1 equals ID maybe. Still nothing. Okay, let me look for another one really quick. Also, if you do have a better one-liner than the one I'm using, throw it in the chat. I would really appreciate it. Let's just do a shell exec. Let's just see if it works if I do. Instead of giving it a parameter, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, let's see. So we're going to upload this. I'm going to make this PHP. And I'm going to do PHP shell exec ls and PHP. Whoop, other way around. So this should work, right? Realistically, this should work if this is a PHP uploader. Let's see if it works. It looks like it's still not working. Let's try and just upload an empty PHP file. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna keep this top part right here. And we're going to add PHP here. If it throws an error, if there isn't anything in it, let's just try this. Let's do PHP info maybe this time, maybe see if anything works. It looks like it needs to have some sort of PNG in there. Let's try it one more time. I'm thinking there is. Let me see what the chat says. Chat wants me to do this echo shell system. Let's try that. Yeah, this should work. Realistically, this should work, but let's try it again. Let's do this again. Something that you guys sent me in the chat. So, time, hack the box, this, upload, make it PHP. So it's not echoing out the shell at all. Let's do what you guys suggest. Usually the way I have done this in the past is just adding at the end should work, but I'm not sure why it's not working in this case. Let's throw it in the middle. Someone said throw it in the middle. I've never done it with throwing it in the middle of anything. I'm just gonna wait. Let's try this before I go. Wait, hold on. Let's do this. CMD equals. That's not it. Okay, this one broke something. Let's try one more time. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna send it again. We're gonna remove the PNG. We're gonna throw our shell at the end of this. I'm gonna remove this echo part just because I don't want it to cause any errors. This should realistically work. I'm gonna send to repeater and let it finish its thing. And then if we do CMD equals to LS, it doesn't work. Any of the Hack the Box folks around? Maybe? This should work. I don't know if Soti, are you around at all?
Of course, I'm here. I'm always lurking. So, how do
I
you
don't have your
feel?
audio, so I think you're on mute. So wait, I'm on mute. Sorry.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah, this looks like so. Am I on the right track at least with this? I think I'm on the right track, but
Well, I cannot say we have, I think, the write-ups published. I think everyone can actually see them right now.
Oh.
We have sent them over so previously. So maybe that can be a very nice catch-up for anyone to continue the challenge from where you left off. What do you think?
I want to, now that I'm here, I want to kind of try and solve this, but looking at the, let me give me give it 5 more minutes, and if I don't, and then we can let people figure it out. I think someone in the
Of
chat said they
course.
were able to do it on
What did
theirs.
you want from me? A hint?
I just wonder if I'm on the right. I think I'm on the right track, based on what I've seen.
Yep.
I didn't want to look at the
write-up, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to look at the write-up so I can, kind of talk through it how I would look, but I just want to make sure I'm on the right track.
We can give 5 minutes more, and then we will go to a small break, and then the one and only TJNull. But you are amazing. You are the original Dirty Teamer. So I'm leaving and leave you to the thing.
Okay, let's try one more time. If this doesn't work, then I'm going to look in the chat for a sec too. Let me do it one more time. Upload, hack the box, upload again. Just add it to the end. Make sure we make this PHP again. Our payload was 0, so we're going to open this again. And 0 equals ls. It doesn't work. It does not like to work. No, so I've seen the chat, people are saying, couldn't you just upload a PHP file? So I think it's actually, let me go back to it. It's looking to make sure this is a valid PNG in the header. And then, so if you, let me show you real quick. If I remove all of this, it shouldn't work. Let's remove maybe a little bit of it. If you remove a little bit of it, it works. But if you remove the whole thing, I don't think it likes it. There we go. It worked. So I removed some of it and it actually worked. So I think it was whatever we were doing at the end of the file, it was being ignored and adding it. So what I did was, let's go back. I removed just a top half of the PNG, as long as it looks like it is some sort of an image, it lets us upload it. By removing whatever garbage we had in there, it actually ended up executing the PHP for us. So what we can do now is, now that we have an LS, let me do a, oops. Let's see is there a flag anywhere? No, let's do actually LS. We are the web root. These are all the stuff that we have done. We can do one more. Maybe we do one more. There is a flag right here. That was very strange. I'm glad we took the extra 5 minutes to make this work. But this is perks of doing things live and hacking live. Things could go wrong sometimes. So go here, submit our flag, and there's a network error because I'm on proxy. Let's do it one more time. So lesson learned. If you're going against PNGs and if it doesn't work, remove some of this stuff. Maybe it will work next time. Or try different. The next thing I was going to try was different PHP variations like PHP 4, PHP 5, maybe not PHP, PHP 4, PHTML, and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm glad we got it to work right as we're wrapping this up. And thank you everybody for watching.
Amazing. Thank you very much for tuning in and doing this with us today. Did you find it enjoyable? It was very nice. It was very nice to see, someone actually stacking and see that, you have to be persistent, as James says, Goblin, in the chat. What was the logic around removing some of the data? What made you think it was too large?
I don't know. I thought maybe because it was, I don't know what, it's just like I wanted to see. It wasn't so much that I thought it was too large. It was just to see what it checked. Does it just check that there's a PNG in the beginning? Like, does it match an image? And if it does, can we, upload a file to it? The next thing I was going to do was just completely ignore PNG and do different file types. So it wasn't so much that I thought there was the file size. I think it was just me messing around and seeing, is that, if I put my payload in the middle, would it work instead of the end? And then going through every variation of a PNG with a shell in it to see which one works.
Nice. And always when you see log data, at least I remember from my pentest days, you are always changing some things in the requests to see if that actually will change something, and you compare the data science. Correct?
Yeah.
Let me shuffle for some of the other.
The whole thing with like fuzzing stuff is sometimes there is no logic. You just do things that you've done in the past, hoping it works, because I don't know how this application is written, right? So I'm just literally going based on ideas in my head that I've done in the past, or things that logically may make sense or may break the logic, and just throw payloads at it. When I know there's a file upload that allows me to, for example, upload PHP.
Yep, totally agree. And does anyone else has any other questions, or do you have any updates you would like to ask, you would like to share with the community right now that we have today?
I'm sorry, one more time. I kind of cut out for me.
No, it's okay. If you would like to share any updates with the community about your work, about your streams, anything.
No, I'm still doing the same stuff, streaming every Sunday. Kind of make content, and that's about it. Hopefully the next few weeks I'm going to take some time off and not do anything, but January comes around, I'll be back.
Amazing. So we will be waiting. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have an amazing holiday.
You too. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course, it was amazing, and thank you for the collaboration and everything today. Make sure to follow him, subscribe, and read his witty tweets and Insta, and have fun.
Appreciate it.
Goodbye.
Thanks so much.
And that was from Namsek. Now we will go with a break. We will go to the one, the only, the community manager of OFSEC. But before that, we will do a short break so you can all relax. He had actually a call because with the all flow change, etc. He actually canceled to be with us today, and I thank you very much, TJ. So make sure to grab a drink, stretch, because we have TJNull coming up next. We have a Greek saying that save the best for last. Not something for the rest of the guests. We loved everyone, but it's the first time that we do a collaboration with Hack the Box and OFSEC officially, with the CTF as prize supporters and on a stream. in order to show that it's holidays, we have good spirit, and we have one common vision to make cybersecurity training accessible to everyone. So thank you very much. We will be right back with TJNull. Goodbye. And now we are back with TJNull. Let's give it all a big welcome to TJNull.
I'm on mute. Thank you for having me here. It's really exciting to be here, and I'm really excited to go through one of the challenges that you guys created for today.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So how do you feel? How is everything over there? Where are you located, if you want to share it?
Oh, sure. I'm in the East Coast. It's right now, it's actually pretty sunny. Surprisingly, I thought it'd be cold since it's December, but I know everybody's getting busy for the holidays, right? You know,
Yep.
trying to get ready to get everything they need done and then hopefully have a wonderful break, right?
Amazing. And what are you working on right now with OffSec?
Project-wise, most stuff is just community stuff. I've been working on helping out the Kali Linux team do some packaging for them, and also putting in some new tools on the side for fun, and also trying to help educate people on, you know, getting started into pen testing, what to do to prepare for their PWK, OSCP. And one of the big things that's going to be coming out hopefully later this week is an updated list that I made for preparing for the PWK with a bunch of different machines that I got from PG Play and PG Practice.
Nice. Oh, that's very good.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. Okay.
Thank you.
And what about also any personal updates about, I don't know, about your work that you do also besides OffSec, something, a cool project, a cool hack that you saw lately?
Cool hack I saw lately. There's a really cool Microsoft macro bypass that I've been working on. I'm still working with Microsoft on that to get the full responsible disclosure out for it. There may be a CVE for it, but only time will tell. I can't be able to explain that yet.
Okay. Yes. And how do you feel also about this collaboration, the first official thing that we do together today?
I think it's really good. You know, I was really excited to hear that, you know, OffSec and Hack the Box wanted to work on a collaboration together for this event, and I was like ecstatically shocked that OffSec was allowing me to do this. So I think this is something cool we could be able to do more in the future, hopefully, but only time will tell, where we can be able to collaborate more, on some really cool, fun challenges, also engage with the community and also help people learn about what cybersecurity really is.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more with you. So do you want to share your screen so I can add it?
Absolutely. Let me go
Amazing.
ahead and get that shared right now. Share screen.
Only if it was hot here as well. For some reason, I am located in Greece. And guys, for the past days, it's so rainy. You have not seen something like that, or is that cold? And we are not used to it. In Greece, it's always very warm, right?
Yeah.
So at least these hoodies are okay now. So I envy you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to leave you with your favorite TJNull, and make sure that you leave your comments and your questions in the chat, and I will pick them later. And then we will do the live draw of the brackets for the tournament. Bye from me.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for being here today. And also, I want to say again, thank you to Hack the Box for having me here as well, too, to go over, some of the challenges from the Hacking December CTF. So one of the challenges that they gave me that I wanted to do just to get away from the stuff that I've been doing with Proving Grounds and breaking into boxes is I wanted to do a forensics challenge. And the reason why I wanted to do it is because I used to be a blue teamer a while back. So this was a cool challenge that I wanted to get into that I thought would be really cool to educate you guys about as well, too. So in this challenge, right, we're given a memory PCAP file that we have to download. And there are a couple of indicators that we need to find. So the first one we got to find is the URL that it's used to download the malware, the malicious process ID, and the attacker's IP. Now, I was reading some of the write-ups from you guys this morning, and I saw a lot of you were using a memory forensics tool called Volatility. And most of you guys were using version 2.6 for completing the challenge here and actually getting the flag for this. So for today, I have two different scenarios. I have Volatility 2 and I have Volatility 3 that I want to go through with you guys. And as 0xDF mentioned before, Volatility is a really powerful memory forensics tool. And with what they're doing right now with revamping and refactoring their code into 3, there's a lot of plugins and there's a lot of features that are not in there yet. But over time, I think it'll be in there soon. And depending on what distribution, right, or what operating system you're using, right, whether it's Windows or Linux, the installation can be easy or a little bit tedious. So for those of you that are using Kali Linux, I do want to let you guys know that Kali does not have it in the repository anymore. This has been something that Volatility hasn't been in the repository since, I believe, April of 2021. And the reason why is because it's, runs on Python 2. It's an old program. And the other thing too is that there's been some licensing changes that have been going on that's been interesting from us that we're seeing. But for those of you that want to install Volatility 2.6 on your Kali system with the latest Kali version, I actually wrote some instructions here to help you guys out. So I'll leave this up on the screen a little bit. So basically installing Python 2, grabbing pip, and then going ahead and installing the Python 2 pip, and then making it work with Python 2 and Python 3 so that we can actually get both Python 2 programs and Python programs running. There is documentation as well too on Kali Linux's website that can show you how to spin up your own virtual environments for Python 2. But for this demonstration, I wanted to do something quick so that, if anybody has any issues or wants to walk through this challenge and try to get stuff set up, this is what they could do to set up Volatility 2.6. Okay, so now I've gone through the instructions and through the background stuff. Let's start getting through the challenge itself, right? So going back to my screen here, right? We're going to go back to our first part of the challenge, right? So we need to find the URL used to download the malware. So on the left-hand side here of the screen, I'm going to be running the entire challenge through Volatility 2.6. And the other side here, on my right side, I'm going to be using Volatility 3.1, I think it is. It's at least Volatility 3. Just so you guys can see the differences between two. Because, as hackers and as blue teamers, right, there's always differences between the tools that we're using. So we have to do the research to understand how tools work, right? And what's differences can we compare from each of them? So, and really, why not use both? So, in order for us to go ahead and use Volatility, right, 0xDF explained, how to run it. So we're going to do Volatility. So on this side, on the left side, we're going to be using Volatility 2. So we're going to do Volatility 2 tech F. We're going to be using the file that we downloaded for the challenge, honeypot.raw, and then we're going to do image info. And on the right here, this is going to be the same thing, but except what's different about Volatility 3 is that we're actually using a plugin that they have built in called windows.info. So windows.info will go ahead and give me the information while we wait for the information to come from Volatility 2.6 here. It takes a little bit of time. Okay, so the suggested profile shows to be Windows 7 Service Pack 86 23481, right? And I want to make sure I get the same thing here. So we have our kernel base here as 86. We have our NT build here showing us as Windows Service Pack 1 17601, which is right. So now what we're going to do is that since we now have an idea of what this profile is, for going ahead and looking at the memory that's in this, how do I want to say this raw file, right? What we're going to do next is we need to figure out that specific domain that we're looking for, that URL itself. So there's a cool plugin that I like to use in Volatility 3. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do sudo vol -f. I'm going to do honeypot.raw. I'm going to get rid of some of this here because this is just a little bit extra from what we're going to be getting to a little bit. I'm going to use a plugin called malfind. And so what malfind does, it actually tries to search through all the different indicators of malware that could be located in the actual memory file itself. So as we go ahead and run this, I'm going to go ahead and put my password in, of course. It goes ahead and it shows us every single process that could be possibly running any type of malware indicators on it, right? So what's really cool that we could see, right, is we go through step by step through the process instruction, right? So we see that a program was probably executed through Explorer, right? And it's tied in through Internet Explorer itself. And then from Internet Explorer, it runs PowerShell.exe. All right, this shows to me it could be a red flag. There's a possible indicator to it. Let's go ahead and see if we can be able to look at information up. So trying to find the URL was kind of a little bit hard for me to do in Volatility 3. And I wanted to actually refactor the entire code for the IE history plugin for Volatility 3 to share with you guys. But unfortunately, it was very tedious to do. And with the time constraints that I had, I decided just to go ahead and use the IE history plugin as it is, because that's going to go ahead and give us the answer that we're looking for. So now that we've gotten some malfind indicators, right, I want to go ahead and look at this process of 3344 here. So what we're going to do is in Volatility 2 on the left-hand side, we're going to do vol.py -f. We're going to go ahead and remove our plugin for the image info here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add our profile that ties with it. And we get rid of all of this here. This is stuff I had from previous research. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and type IE history. And this time we're going to go ahead and look for the process of 3344. So let Volatility go ahead and do that. Now it shows us all the activity that was happening through Internet Explorer, or what it's running through 334. So we keep going up here. Let's go back to the top here real quick, just to make this easy. Cool. We notice here that there's an interesting location site that they visit. So right here, Windows Live Updater, Christmas update.hta. That to me is an indicator right there that the file that's been downloaded probably has something malicious in it, right? But we have to confirm it. So now that we have a possible URL, we'll go ahead and save that. And that was going to be the answer for the first part of our question, once we go ahead and try to confirm that. So to confirm that, what we can do actually is go ahead on Volatility 2. We're going to go ahead and run the same profile, but instead, we're going to go ahead and use another plugin called FileScan. And FileScan is going to go ahead and pull out all the files that we're running in that memory file itself. But what we want to do is we want to make sure that we're finding that HTA. So we could do grep-tech I HTA, and it's going to go ahead and give us, a list of HTA files that we have, right? And doing it in Volatility 3, it's just a different plugin, but it works the same. So let's do Windows. We're going to do FileScan, grep.hta. So looking here, we see temporary internet files, content IE5, Christmas1.hta, right? And so this is the memory address that we see where the file is. Just to confirm to make sure it's the same file, I want to go ahead and match the same memory address that's there. And sure enough, pretty much both of the hex make the same.
Sorry for interrupting the stream. I DM'd you also. Is it possible to maximize a little bit the font because the people are asking? Of course. Amazing. Thank you.
Is that better on both sides?
Yep, I think it's amazing now.
Perfect. Okay. So let's go ahead, and now that we have both versions, now that we know that the file is there, let's go ahead and actually try to download the file itself. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and actually dump that file with the file that we're looking at for that HTA. So we're going to go ahead on Volatility 2 side. We're going to do vol py. We'll keep our same profile here, and we're going to go ahead and do dump files. TAC Q, because we want to go ahead and specify our memory address that I have, right? So the memory address of that file is here that we want to pull. And we're going to go ahead and use TAC D to specify the destination. And we're going to go ahead and save it in the TMP directory. So now that the file has been saved in the TMP directory, if I go ahead and do ls/tmp, we go ahead and we see, where is the file? Did it not get saved? Oh, no, it's right here. File none.dat. Yes, that's the file. So we want to go ahead and do cat tmp/file none.dat. Okay, cool. So now that we have the actual instruction of the HTA it's running, right? We have the HTA application, we have Christmas update, and we have PowerShell. We have the PowerShell one-liner that they ran here, right? So we can go ahead and decode this one-liner using base64 because that's what most usually run. So we're going to do echo, paste that in, do base64 tech D, right? And we have the actual IE new object, and they use Windows Live Updater.com update PS1. So it looks like it runs another PowerShell script in the environment itself. Now, we can actually get this same PowerShell one line through Volatility 3 using another plugin. So the plugin that I want to show that does this, which is really cool, is we can use, let me see if I have my notes here. Cool. Sudo vol tac f honeypot.raw. We're going to go ahead and remove the Windows file scan, and we're going to use a plugin called cmd line. And to go ahead and get the PowerShell activity that we were looking at earlier, we can go ahead and specify that. So looking at our mouse scan activity from vol 3, we could do tacp 2700. Let's see, what did I mess up on going live? Oh, sorry, tac PID is what it is. And we go ahead and we get the same PowerShell one line right here. That's pretty cool. So using Volatility 3.0, you could actually still answer the second and also the third question. But for the first question, you would definitely need to use Volatility 2.7, at least from what I've seen. So now that we've got the one-liner in place that we see for the URLs, we checked that the file is malicious. Now we need to figure out where does that encoded PowerShell go to, right? So we need to confirm that the malicious PID is actually the valid PID that's calling out. So in order for us to do that, we're going to go ahead and use a plugin called NetScan to go ahead and see the network activity that was running on that Windows system. So in Volatility 2, we're going to do vol py tecf honeypot.raw with our profile. And then we're going to go ahead and use NetScan. If we want to do this in Volatility 3, all we have to do is go ahead and remove the plugin. And we're going to do NetScan with uppercase NetScan. So now that I have my output from both that we see here, let's go ahead and scroll up here real quick, see if there's any interesting indicators and see if we can match anything to it. So we have one here that I've noticed. It's got an established connection and it's calling back on port 4444. Not a surprise because most usually default tools that like such as Metasploit, for instance, run as their local port to call back to as 4444. So we scroll up here just to confirm on Volatility 3. Scroll back down. Where is it here? PowerShell. All right, so we have PowerShell.exe that shows here. I think this cut out a bit, which is why we can't see it. But it still shows the same thing here that we're seeing. So now that we found that there's a callback that's being made off of 4444, the next thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and try to dump the memory from there. So we want to do a mem dump basically to look at the process and see if we could find the actual string of that PowerShell code that's running, just to confirm that that callback from that PS1 shell is actually making a connection. So in order for us to do that, so if I'm going to do this in Volatility 2, I'm going to go ahead and clear my screen just to make this easier because there's going to be a lot of information that comes into play. I'm going to do vol tech py, still use honeypot.raw. We're going to use our profile still here. We're going to do memdump tac p 2700. That's our process we want to look at. Destination we're going to save as TMP. And we're also going to use strings to go ahead and look at the dump because we're saving the file as 2700 and it's going to be saving as an extension of .dmp. So, and the other thing too is that when we saw our callback, we saw it calling to this IP address. So we want to confirm that if the contents of that PowerShell one-liner has that IP address in place, we want to make sure that this is actually malicious. It's calling back to that system itself. Now, if you want to do this in Volatility 3, the command you would have to do is sudo vol tech f honeypot.raw. Instead, we're going to do windows.mmap tac pid tac dump with the pseudo strings, right? And then it's going to grep for it as well. So let's test the performance between both tools. So you can definitely see the difference, right? Volatility 2 is fast pulling this out, while Volatility 3 is actually extracting all of the different processes that or activity that's running through that 2700 dump. So it's going to pull all of them and just take its time over and over and over until it actually goes ahead and gives us the string that we're looking for. So as you can see on the left-hand side, we have a default PowerShell one-liner that people use to go ahead and call back to their systems using like as a reverse shell. And as we can confirm here, we have the IP address and we have the port that's showing here as well too. So now that we know that we have the port and now that we know that we have the domain that was being called for our first indicator, right where our dropper is, the HTA. The other thing too is that we also know that the process 2700 is malicious. We can then go ahead and then write our flag. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and do echo. We're going to go ahead and put the domain in that we have in place, which is christmas.hta. We're going to then do underscore 2700 because that's our process. And then we're going to go ahead and do our callback IP. And then we're just going to go ahead and grab the MD5 sum of it. So let's go ahead and paste that all in. Add a quote to the end of it. We echo that out. Did I add an extra? Yep, I added extra quote. Let me go ahead and remove that. And there is our hash that we have. So we put that hash together into the hack the box flag format. We then have the answer for our flag to complete the honeypot challenge. So why did I want to show you this? So I wanted to show you guys the differences between using both tools, right? There are really cool plugins that you can use if you take the time to learn about them and do a little bit of research on that can help you, either get through things faster, also look at things from a more realistic approach as well too, but also try to have some more tools and techniques in your arsenal as well. So this was the main challenge I really wanted to go through. I really enjoyed this challenge a lot. I spent like at least about 9 hours doing it just on my own. And then trying to put a write-up together for you guys as well too, so you guys could see what I did step by step, and also with the installation as well too, just to give you guys an idea of how everything comes to play basically. So if you guys want to be able to check out some stuff with Volatility, make sure you guys check out the documentation and check out some of the new stuff that they're going to be adding. And then also if you want to build your own plugins, I do want to give it a challenge. I want to see someone build the IE history plugin for Volatility 3, if anybody wants to give that a shot.
That would be very, very interesting, actually. So thank you so much for the showcase today. Vol 3 is very handy if you can't find a noise profile in Vol 2. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
And also, we have an amazing comment. I told you as well that I find it so awesome that you showed some volatility tricks today. And, we got stuck on the matter. So how did you find the challenge? Did you enjoy it?
I had a lot of fun with it. It's been a long time since I used Volatility, so it was really good for me to go back and try to understand, the tool itself, the plugins that were there. But one of the big things that I thought was interesting was that when they were doing, their new development for Volatility 3, I was kind of wondering, I'm like, why why are we using Volatility 2.6? Why don't we try 3 out? And then I started to do some more research, and I got down this huge rabbit hole just to understand like the backstory, the reason why, what's going to be being built out of it. And I thought it was really cool, but I wanted to also know, what type of results can I get from both? If I'm, an incident responder or a SOC analyst, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to be using 2 different tools, right? We have to compare the results that we get, so that they match right. If something is off or something's not right, then, you're going to be wasting more time and resources by, taking some of that stuff that you're talking about out there, and then also not working with the right team for it. It could be, tedious and a problem, right? So that's why I kind of wanted to show, both sides to using that tool.
That's amazing, and it was very enlightening. And then everyone said that it was very nice that you show Volatility 3, and everyone enjoying the walkthrough.
Awesome.
I don't know if anyone has any questions about TJNull, about any upcoming things. Anyone? Or you just want to say how cool it was the walkthrough? Because this is all I see. Where we can follow him, of course, you can follow him on the Twitter, and of course from OffSec social. We are going to leave them in our chat. The team will make sure to leave them, so you can follow him on Twitter and on the OffSec Twitter. And where else did you know?
Twitter is my main area where I'm usually tweeting out stuff, sometimes posting memes, of course, and also outside I post a lot of stuff on netsecfocus.com. That's where I usually like to blog about things. And I'm also on Discord. And I have a Discord ID. I'll post that into the YouTube chat later today. So
amazing. So thank you so much, TJNull, for your time. Thank you so much also for OffSec that supported with prizes, and Hack5 and Sneak. I don't know if you wanted to say something in order to close the stream.
Yeah, sure. I really want to thank Hack the Box for having me here, and also OffSec for letting me be able to be part of the stream as well too. I think it's really great that we could be able to collaborate this, and hopefully be able to do some more events like this in the future, but also to help grow our community as well too. And hopefully people who are getting into InfoSec can be able to learn about all the different challenges and different boxes that are out there. But it's up to you to go make the time to play for them, right? So, yeah. But thank you again for having me here. I really do appreciate, being here.
Oh, nice. I see James that posted your handle in here. Amazing, James. Thank you so much. Now we can have a collaboration. Now I can come on your channel, guys, and me do the hacking and you do the presentation. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see. Only time will tell, right?
Of course, that would be amazing. We have a lot of things to discuss.
Oh,
so
yes.
Goodbye. Have an amazing day and lovely holidays.
Take care, everybody.
Bye. And now, last but not least, we have not finished yet. First of all, for anyone asking, yes, everything that we saw today is going to be uploaded on your YouTube channel. Make sure to leave your comments. Everyone will be watching. And last but not least, what we have today is we're going to do the draw for the I can speak. We have a Battlegrounds tournament that is coming up on Friday. You will see it by tomorrow on your YouTube channel. So make sure to add the notification button to see it, where the only and amazing IPSEC will be there with John Hammond, showcasing and discussing about all of the tournament. And what tournament would that be? That will be a Cyber Mayhem tournament, of course, attack and defense. And it will be countries competing from all around the world from the ICC program. So make sure we will take a short break, and I will explain what is it, what is going to happen on Friday, what IPSEC and John, and how many prizes you're going to win from the stream. So make sure to stay for 2-3 minutes more to listen what is coming from Hack the Box on Friday, and we will be right back. So cheers, and I'm back in 1 second and 1 minute. Bye. And we are back. And we are back in order to discuss about the Battlegrounds tournament that we will be having on Friday. So for this tournament, we have our amazing sponsor against Nick, and also in this initiative, PlayCyber supported us, and thank you so much. And the players are from all around the world. And what do we mean by that? We have participating, let me read because I don't remember all the countries by heart. We have Australia, Greece, India, Ireland, Austria, Taiwan, Singapore, Netherlands, Namibia, Argentina, Malaysia with Thailand, US, Spain, South Korea, Italy, and Czech Republic. And what will happen? So how we picked, you will ask, those talents to represent its country. So every year there is done a competition in every country that is the global competition for young talent from 14 years old to 24, 25, depends the country. And it's done from the local organization. For example, for Europe that I know, it is done by ENISA. So each country has their own, at least in Europe and in anywhere else, their own representative. And then they create, they will play each continent with each other. So Europe, with Africa, with US, with Asia, etc. But before that, they have the best players per country. And we went there and we asked, we said that from PlayCyber, we said that we want to do the next tournament with young talent in order to showcase that Battlegrounds, the tech defense game, is amazing, is a fun game that can be done by all. And it will be an actual holiday mayhem. All those countries competing for Battlegrounds, IPSEC and John Hammond commentating, and the prizes are almost 5K. 5K UK pounds, and it includes swag, it includes VIP prizes, it includes services, it includes some new things that are coming up from Hack the Box. We will spill more tea later in the week, but make sure to tune in Friday, 1 p.m. UTC. We will be here with IPSEC and John doing this amazing tournament, 16 countries, who will be on top. So now let me share my screen. And we will do now live the raffle, so you know everything is fair. Nothing is done beforehand. So I'm not sure if you can see because it's 16 countries. And yes, amazing. You cannot see my browser. I love that. So we have Australia, Greece, India, Ireland, Austria, Taiwan, Singapore, Netherlands, Namibia, Argentina, Malaysia, US, Spain, South Korea, Italy, Czech Republic. And once we hit this button, it's going to raffle them. We are going to raffle them, and we are going to have the final brackets for the tournament. So, also for anyone saying that we need to lower the volume, that is a YouTube thing, guys, and we cannot change it from our side. So you need to turn it down. It's not something I think we can fix it from our end. So let's go. Amongst who is going to play against whom? Do we have any players from Battlegrounds that have tuned in? I told them that in a few are going to do. If they want to leave any comments, I don't see any. Okay, then I'm going to just raffle. Oof. And we have it. I'm going to save it as well. Amazing. So that is locked. Austria against Czech Republic, Greece against Italy, Netherlands against Australia, Singapore against US, Ireland against South Korea, India against Malaysia, Thailand, Spain against Namibia, and Taiwan against Argentina. So this is it. This is the brackets that we will be having to the tournament. I will also make sure to take a screenshot so we post it on our social, and we will leave it in the Discord channel so that people can practice. So thank you very much all. Let me remove that from the stream. 1 second. Amazing. So thank you very much, all of you, for tuning in today. It was an amazing opportunity to have all those great hackers. We had Stock, we had Pink Dragonian, we had Pawn Function, we had John Hammond, we had Superhero, we had TJNull, we had Nahamsek, we had, and of course, the one and only from Hack the Box or XDF. I hope I'm not missing anyone. Thank you so much for your effort and your support, for tuning in and coming. We wouldn't be more grateful to have you, all of you, here. It was one of the most successful, I think, streams that we have. Everything now is going to be uploaded on your YouTube channel. We're going to have more CTFs coming up. We're going to have we are planning now Cyber Apocalypse, and we're going to have Cyber Apocalypse version 2, and we're going to have amazing things over there. Model Battlegrounds to come, an amazing surprise by the Academy team. If you go to the subscriptions, you might see a teaser there. You will see that you can purchase something, a ticket for something. So make sure to see it. And yeah, some amazing news are coming up. And for everyone that now is starting their journey into hacking, make sure to do 2 things. The first one is to join our Discord. You will find a lot of people there that will help you and guide you. I seek out here our amazing Discord admin. Thank you so much for tuning in. And also, make sure to go through Starting Point. Now we give 20% off to everyone who finishes, 25% off to anyone who finishes in December, and everything for free. So go and play it. Plus, we have also the beginner track. We have Academy modules that are for free. We have also an amazing blog written by HTB team and me. It was my baby, actually. I love it. How to get started, the beginner's Bible. So make sure to leave all this. We will post them in the chat. Thank you so much for tuning in. It was fun. It was amazing. At least I loved it. I don't know what to say. I am touched that we have so many people here. So goodbye, all. Have an amazing time. And we will chat very, very, very soon. Goodbye, all.